Live. Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 276. We'll be with you after the intro. We've got to check out the audio. Hopefully it's sounding alright. We had a bit of glitch yesterday with Crackle at the start. Welcome to the Out There channel, live. You got feedback? Robert, why are we hearing that from your end? We shouldn't hear that from your end. Because you got headset on. That's kind of weird.
I don't know, sir. I don't know.
It should be going for your earphones so you can hear. You ain't got something set up right there. Anyway. Well, we had 5 watching, now we're down to 3, so I guess 2 of those were robots. Googlebots. It's already hitting 100% CPU, you bugger. Charles is with us. Susan's with us.
Well, hello, Charles. Hello, Sue. The usual suspects.
And a little bit unusual too.
I think you need to be here.
Oh, you went corrupting then, were you?
Nope, not.
It's because the CPU's maxing out, I think. Going down. Okay. Hello. Right to the hello stage. Good to be back. Let's have some fun. Keep to the simple rules here. No hardcore swearing. Misspell them if you have to. No trolling. No self-promotions. And be civil to each other. Simple, really. And we got Robert with us. And are you there, Robert?
I am indeed.
Okay. We better top up the side chat thing. We got Philip joining us already. And
hi, Philip.
Welcome to the OT channel. 276 live stream. What are we doing today, Robert?
Well, I thought we were going to do the latest news over the last week first, and then we've got some cases to go on. Yeah, starting with the Clair County Triangle sightings in 2000 Illinois, and then West Flight 564. And then the Height 611 UFO crash, although I'll stay here, I don't think it crashed, I think it kind of landed. It did appear to be in some kind of trouble. But that's an interesting case. We're kind of doing that for the second time because I'd like other people's opinions on that. And plus there's some actual new news with that case as well, which is why I'm going to do it over again.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't include it in the list. We've got Shelley joining us now. So there's a few joining us already. Tell your story about your dog last when you finished off your live stream. Is he around today, or is he out for his walk?
Well, I guess I've kind of forgiven him. I had a few choice names for him last week, but I'll just settle for a thieving little toad at this stage. Yeah, so it wasn't the KFC apparently. My mate Gwen bought me a chop suey. Yeah, which I put in the microwave. I put it in the microwave, but I presume I failed to close the door. So then after going like we had some problems with technical stuff, last week, and it was like 5 hours. And when I got off that stream, I was starving, and I was so looking forward to my food, which was no longer there. So, of course, I thought at first I must have mislaid it. I must have put it in the conventional oven, not in the microwave. No, it wasn't in there either. Had I put it in a halogen oven? No, it wasn't in there.
You're losing your mind.
There's no, and the thing is, there's no packaging. Everything has just vanished.
I didn't think you would have confused a Chinese meal with KFC though, because
No,
they
no,
normally.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it, Paul. It was all wrapped up, packaged up. I
Right.
thought it was a KFC, but I didn't know where he'd been for the food, you see, because we were just starting our lives. We grabbed it and said, well, I haven't got time to eat it now. I'll stick it in the micro. And yeah, he's had it off. But this is a dog that can open a pedal bin.
Did he eat all the wrapping? Did he? Did it come out in the afterflow?
Well, I don't take him for a walk. My mate takes him for a walk, you see. I just feed him and give him some attention during the day.
I think he was going to get a red and white striped poo.
Hey, after half an hour searching, scratching my head as to what happened, my attention turned to the dog. I just went, mush. And oh, he was rather sheepish, to say the least. He was guilty as sin. Oh, God, man. Oh, I had a few names for him this time last. Well.
But you had nice 3-board eggs, though.
Yeah, which is a pretty poor replacement for chop suey, isn't it?
They're still funny, though. A dog that can open doors and microwave oven doors.
I'm not sure. I think maybe I left the microwave door ajar, but no, seriously. But sorry, Paul. There was the other time when he opened the pedal bin, stole a chicken bone, and it cost me £600 to have it removed from his throat. He's an expensive dog. He really is.
And he doesn't even scare the aliens away.
Well, we're mates again now. It's all good now. We're mates.
So,
if he steals that chicken burger that I've got in the microwave now, then that's it. We're falling out further then. Yeah, new owner.
You might have to duct tape it.
I might sell him to the Chinese.
So, what do you want to recap on the news?
Oh, you want to do that first, do you?
Well, the news comes
you wanted
first.
to do the John Greenwald stuff first.
No, that can come after.
Okay, if you like. Yeah. So, Brian Bender of Politico. Bender was the one that's closely associated with TTSA. Yes? He broke a story about a bill that was going through the Senate about UFO transparency, and they're looking for a new public-funded UFO program, well, taxpayers' money, at least. So the guy that instigated this was a Marco Rubio, Florida Republican senator. And, the bill's being contrived not contrived. It's being put together. So, of course, first of all, it has to pass through the two houses of the Senate. And then, of course, there might be some opposition to it in whoever's in government at the time. The whole thing should take about 180 days. So hopefully we'll have a new public UFO program. Now, a lot of people are skeptical about this, and I can see why. Because what we could end up with is another Project Blue Book, which was more public relations exercise and the dog and pony show, to be honest. Anybody knows anything about ufology history will know that, Blue Book wasn't up to much. And all the best cases, were circumnavigated and they were going somewhere else. But I suppose we should be grateful for anything. And I would say that it's a positive step in the right direction. But as I said, it's got to get through the two houses first,
Mm-hmm.
and then the government has to ride with it. And then hopefully we'll have a new taxpayer-funded UFO program, all of all, a new blue book, which would be the first publicly funded one. Publicly available one since 1969. So that's good stuff.
Mm.
A little bit of
Yeah.
optimism, but I'm not getting too excited about it, to be honest.
Well, if they don't give the money, taxpayer money, away to other projects in America, that's going crazy at the moment. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Evening, Gwen. Hello, man.
so yeah, we got what's his name, John from the Black Vault here with Mutton. I just want to play what he was saying on the interview there about the Wilson.
About the Wilson leak, isn't it?
Yeah, not quite sure now, but I thought it would be worth playing it in case people missed it. And I'll give a link to the full show.
It's good to see you again too.
I know. It's been a while. It's always great. Now, the reason you're on, I let you know this. I listened to and watched your video, and that's also, by the way, linked in the show notes and below on YouTube. Your great video that went comprehensively into these documents, the Wilson supposed leak. Been hearing a lot about this for the last several months. First of all, I do want to set the stage on how this all happened. If you wouldn't mind going through that, but first I want to say that I did indeed contact, as I let you know, I contacted Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kane.
Mm-hmm.
I asked them both because there's a lot of rumors going around that there's going to be a breaking story in the New York Times.
Yes.
And even George Knapp said it on Coast to Coast the other night. And they both said, we have nothing. We have nothing here.
Interesting.
So
I never get excited about rumors until it actually happens, Even if somebody says something's coming in 5 minutes, I still don't get excited until when it finally appears 5 years later. But yeah, that is interesting and good for you for reaching out, getting the quotes.
Yeah. Well, someone, when I mentioned that to someone else, they said, "Oh, they're just not going to let you know, and it's going to drop."
That's, but that
is a possibility.
In fairness, that's possible. The rumors that I'm hearing out in the Twitterverse and social media and the whispers and stuff is that, they're going to be covering crash retrievals, that's potentially something that might tie into these Wilson documents and so on and so forth. And to be honest with you, I am very curious to see how some outfit like the New York Times will source that, because these types of stories, you're talking about anonymous source after anonymous source after third, fourth hand. I said that, she said that, I heard, and back alley conversations.
Sounds like a Linda
That's not New York
Moulton
Times style.
They're not going to be interested.
But so I'm interested to see if something does drop. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, for those out there that have no idea what we're talking about when we talk about the Wilson leak, this came out a while back. Can you kind of give a nutshell of what that is?
Sure. Well, in ufological style, the way that these surfaced was a mysterious leak of records that popped up on a website called Imager. And this was last year. And these documents, there were, I think, 15 pages total or something like that. And essentially, it was a note breakdown from allegedly Dr. Eric Davis, the same one that has been intimately connected to NIDS with Robert Bigelow, also with the OSAP program, or what is often rumored as the Pentagon UFO study. And essentially, this was a note breakdown of his meeting with an Admiral Thomas Wilson. And essentially, it gets into, the highlight nutshell version is it gets into the fact that this admiral was made aware about UFO / extraterrestrial programs going on. He aimed to gain access because he was director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, J2, which is part of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So a very high-ranking person. This was not just a military guy looking around trying to get some secrets. This was a very high-ranking, well-established, careered military man. So as the notes display, they talked about UFO crash retrieval programs, that it was being hidden in large part in the private sector, and that he was denied access, that he tried to gain access but was denied. And so someone at his level who should have access, as per the notes, that he believed he should have access, was denied. He was very angry about that. Now, obviously, there's many more details, but that's kind of the nutshell of what these notes say and what they outline. And again, in that ufological style, very little provenance. Now, people will argue with me with that, but there's a lot of anonymous sources that go around with those that are touting these as real, that they have sources that confirm to them privately that they're real and this
Dolan.
meeting took place and so on and so forth, but they just won't come out with them publicly. And I've asked numerous people who keep touting these numerous anonymous sources, and no one will say anything. So that's, for me, from an investigator standpoint, is so frustrating, because you want to have that either provenance to the documents with names attached, or people that can corroborate the story. And right now, we only have that third hand, fourth hand information.
That's right. And I just, something from it, from the very beginning, when I started to look into it, and I didn't do nowhere near the deep research that you did. I mean, you talked with different people and asked for, different opinions about the different, what people can say about classified programs. And that's a really good point. Why would Wilson jeopardize his, everything, basically, right? His whole career.
Yeah. And that is the biggest question, just that common sense way of looking at it that doesn't make sense to me. And so after these surfaced, I would get a lot of questions. What do you think of this? What do you think of this? Because it was a hot topic. And I just didn't want to touch it for a long time, simply because it's so difficult to research leaked documents, because you have no idea, again, where they came from, who's involved with it. Will Eric Davis actually talk? Now, obviously, he won't. His only on the record comment was no comment. I am hearing that again, more rumors, but more information may come out. I know that he talked about it coming from the astronaut Edgar Mitchell estate and the collection of documents. But that in itself doesn't mean much. That sounds really neat, but that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that it's real. It doesn't mean the meeting took place. So again, we need a little bit more than that. And Eric Davis won't go on the record and say, I had this meeting. I sat with Admiral Wilson and he was denied access. This actually went down. If he goes on the record, I may reevaluate what I think. But after getting these requests to kind of tackle it, I had interviewed other people about it, but I just didn't want to touch it. I finally gave in, and I started in and started reaching out to people who had researched different aspects of this, tried to see what I could find out. And something just clicked when I was researching it, and it just stuck in my head. And that was that this was a fictionalized either television or movie script. As crazy as that sounds, that's how it read. Now, for those who don't know, I've worked in television for many years. I've produced, I've written, I've directed for networks like History Channel, Discovery Channel, National Geographic Channel. This screams like a very amateurishly put together, creative attempt at putting a scene together. And what I did in this video is I challenged myself, and I went back to 2002 when these were allegedly written, and looked at what was on television. And wouldn't you know, The X-Files was coming to an end that same year, just months prior. A hit television show called Beyond Belief was all about fictionalized accounts that may or may not have been true. So again, fictionalized, a lot of them were just fake, but they would throw in real stories, and it was up to you to find out what was fact and what was fiction, hence the title, Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction. That was what was going on around this exact same time frame in the exact same part of the year that these notes were, again, allegedly written. So that sounds like a crazy idea, and I laugh at myself for bringing it up, and I don't know if that's really what this is, nor do I propose it as such. But my aim for the video was to show a very reasonable, very plausible explanation. And as I kept digging in, it made more and more sense to me that this was just a creative script, because you have that dialogue. You even have Thomas Wilson interrupting Eric Davis in this, in these notes.
Yeah,
that's a little bit weird. I mean, if you're taking notes, and let's say I'm taking notes, and Martin, you get angry that I keep talking over you, which sometimes happens, so I'll apologize. But let's say you get angry, and I'm taking notes. I would just say, "Oh, he got angry at me. I kept interrupting him." I wouldn't start like trying to make a scene between you and I as I'm taking notes. And so that's why it just kind of clicked that it was more of this creative, fictionalized account. And then that led me to this scene, and I showed from my personal collection of weird things. I have an original movie script from the movie Groundhog Day, and I pulled that out, and it is set up the exact same way.
I've seen the scripts, and I knew when I read those notes. That's the first thing I said. It just seemed funny. They seemed funny, but I never connected that to a script. But once I heard you say that, I like, it makes sense. Yeah, and it also makes sense why Eric Davis would say no comment if he has signed an agreement not to talk about a movie. But I mean, not to say that he would be in a movie. But anyway, you can see the question up on the screen there, and so you got an answer to that one.
How come Davis verified the authenticity to Dolan? According to Dolan, well, that's the problem. Is the only on the record statement that I could find was that there was no comment. So if this was given in secret, I'd love to see the on the record comment. I did look for that because I know that Richard Dolan is a big advocate for these documents being real. He calls them the leak of the century, and that's great. But as far as I could find, there was no on the record comment. That again, he had kind of stayed away from commenting it and essentially saying no comment. In addition, Dr. Hal Puthoff also put out a statement that he said that his colleague had interviewed Admiral Wilson, but since it had dealt with potentially ongoing programs, he also declined to comment. So this is what we need, is not these gray areas and these hidden pieces of gems, maybe in this YouTube video or that. These things have to be put out into the open. If Eric Davis will go on the record and say, this happened, I wrote those notes and I stand by it, then let's move forward with that. But as far as I can tell, there's nothing out there in the ether that we can cite from him saying that.
And Wilson is totally denying it. And why would he get in the back of a car in Las Vegas? And by the way, he says he hasn't been to Las Vegas since 1979.
Right.
But why would he get in the back of the car and talk to Davis for 45 minutes, someone he doesn't even know, about something that's top secret? It just doesn't.
It doesn't make sense. No. And very quickly, I'd like to make the point that
sorry.
And kiss goodbye to his NDA.
Well, yeah, that's what he's going to say, I think.
If let's just say that Admiral Wilson looked into this and happened to stumble on the existence of a special access program, or what they call unacknowledged special access programs or whatever, and it's highly classified, even though he was not quote unquote read in, and even though he may have been denied access, the mere existence of it in and of itself would be classified information. So someone at Wilson's level would not go and share that information willingly, especially since he himself was cleared for certain levels of secrecy. He had a clearance himself. So that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Again, especially sharing it with a member of a UFO group like NIDS or Dr. Eric Davis in a car in Las Vegas. Again, creatively from a fictionalized standpoint, absolutely, that makes for a good scene, but it doesn't make sense elsewhere. And I think only in ufology does going back to your comment about Wilson denying seeing Davis, only in ufology does a denial equal an acknowledgement that it all happened. I mean, of course he's going to lie, so it has to be true. And that's not true. We need a little bit more evidence than what we've got.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Have you actually looked at what UFO Joe wrote?
I did, yeah, and
It's pretty intense articles, and
mhm.
nice writing. But again, we don't. He kind of thought he was actually going to be on the show tonight, and I just unfortunately I just didn't quite. I didn't see enough to
Yeah.
be 100% convinced. Although he did a good job.
Yeah, the only thing, because I don't want to take away from his work, I know he worked very hard on that.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
But when we start relying on anonymous sources, that particular author may be
That's what I
comfortable
want.
with the anonymous source that they have, but they have to understand that people like me who rely on a little bit more evidence and conclusive proof need a name. I mean, anonymous sources are good supporting pieces of the puzzle. If you have a couple people that you can name, and then maybe you add in another anonymous source that really solidifies it, okay, I can accept that. I don't like it, but I can accept it. But if you're solely relying on anonymous sources and kind of these back behind the scenes conversations to solidify your point, you have to understand where people like me are really skeptical. It's really easy this day and age to get fooled by anybody with a Twitter account or, an anonymous encrypted email that you can.
Which we talked about, well, I talked about yesterday with Linda Moulton Hell's Spartan 1 and 2.
Yeah.
She's been fooled.
I watched that whole thing. Well, she has been, and there was that incident when she was caught in a sting, wasn't she? And she didn't even check her source. Didn't even check the source out.
Yeah,
and
we
even
did this
when
thing.
this girl actually hinted to Linda that this was a hoax, she still didn't get it, and she still didn't do a background check.
No.
So the people who are running now with this Wilson leak are Richard Dolan, Danny Silver, and that Joe Magia.
UFO Joe.
So,
have you got a link to his website? Let's have a look. Yeah, I don't really like UFO Joe much. He's a younger guy. He's younger than us.
Yeah, sure, but that's fine. But I don't dislike him or like him. But I think he's doing ufology.
I don't know. He was on he was on Dolan's show, and they're blowing smoke up each other's asses. As,
yes, they were. Yeah,
certain people say.
Until there's something, as John was saying, if there's something, once we have something, if it was Wilson, if it was Davis saying, yes, this meeting did happen and coming out publicly, then you'd have something to run with. But at the moment, they're running with a bunch of fresh air. And if you look at all UFO documents, all leaked documents down the years, over the decades, from Project Serpo, Aquarius, the MJ12 papers, all of them under close scrutiny have failed. There's been big faults in all of them. So a leaked document is exactly that. It's leaked. It's got nothing behind it, no substance behind it. It's just a load of hot wind. Unless someone comes forward confirming it. But we haven't seen any of that with any of those documents.
I
mean, anonymous sources are no good. I mean, you can't check the background. You can't talk to them. And unless people get out of that habit and believe in this stuff, then this field will never move forward.
Yeah. Cool Bell's bit mouthy lately, isn't he?
Oh, him. Oh, well.
Something overlooked in Aviation Intel's article. I'm not sure what he's talking about there. When he said there is high probability additional reports are getting passed through separate or even classified systems. So I'm not too sure what he's talking about there. Is that something that's come out overnight or in the last hour?
What's 1 hour ago comes to that? I don't know.
Yeah. Seems everybody likes this UFO Joe, though. They seem to be interacting with him for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. He speaks well, but he speaks some stuff I I just can't agree with Paul.
I don't know. He seems to like that. How what's his name? Put off.
Yeah, well, you see how put off. Yeah, and have you noticed recently with these crash retrievals and this Wilson leaking everything? It's the same old names coming up time after time. Davis, put off. You know, and they're bringing Edgar Mitchell into this now and saying, look, it's got to be genuine because it was part of the Edgar Mitchell files. Well, no, it's just like someone, you know, that collects clippings from newspapers about UFO reports. It doesn't mean to say they're genuine. It doesn't mean to say that that person who collected them believes they're genuine. It's just something a collector does. I mean, I've got some of the copies of the MJ12 documents here on my wall, but I know they're hoax. And there's every chance that Edgar Mitchell knew they were a hoax because he never came out with them, did he? But of course, he's passed away now and he can't talk about it. So, you know, it's all a bit unfair using his name, in my opinion, and using that as credibility for the documents. Because they have no credibility in my eyes. None at all.
Well, UFOJ did go on Richard Dolanstone to plug the Wilson documents here again. We could just play a wee bit of that, I guess, for fair use, but you can see I stopped at 11 minutes there.
He's talking about circumstantial evidence. That's not good enough. That's not acceptable.
Let's see if I can get the right spot here.
Cutting edge research group that has opened up a new direction, I think, in a lot of UFO research. And I'm for one, I'm very glad that they're around. Joe Mergia is known as UFO Joe. He's got a blog site or website and has just published a 4-part breakdown, analysis, description of the famous Eric Davis notes on his meeting with Admiral Thomas Wilson, the Wilson Davis notes, the Wilson leak. It goes by many names, the core secrets document. And it's fascinating. I recommend everyone go check it out. I've got links to it below here. We're going to talk about that and probably get into a discussion of a related theme. That is the SNIE document 1961, alleged, maybe real UFO document concerning UFOs and nukes. We'll get into all of that. But Joe, welcome. It is a pleasure to have you here.
Richard, thank you so much for having me. I've known about your work and respected your work for a long time. I think it was 2003 when we met and had you sign my book, your first book. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. And I think people really want to hear what you've got to say about this. And just a little bit of background, if you don't mind, I'll just take a minute to describe just why these notes by Dr. Eric Davis are so important. Back in 2002, Eric Davis, who is a brilliant scientist in his own right and at the time a member of the National Institute of Discovery Science, run by Robert Bigelow, went on a mission, you might say, to meet with a retired admiral named Thomas R. Wilson.
Yeah, so there's a lot of repeating of the same stuff here, but you can see UFO Joe is a bit of a hero worship of Dolan. Yeah. Sorry, I just bit my tongue. My tongue was swollen. I must have bit it in the night. But anyway, But yeah, I didn't actually listen to too much of this. I really can't just listen to Dolan anymore.
No.
And
I don't.
I know your colleague, the researcher Juliana Marinkovic, also did a very detailed breakdown of the chronology of this. And I recommend, I don't know where that's available for other people, but it's outstanding. But you did a fantastic job here. And I guess my takeaway is, the meeting that took place that we have in Eric Davis's notes from 2002 I mean, all the principals are denying this. So Admiral Thomas Wilson's denying it. Eric Davis is officially denying it. But if an investigator is doing an investigation of a crime, the denial of the main suspect doesn't tell you, oh well, then he must not have done it. So there are other things that you've laid out here to show.
That's what John was just saying before. Only in ufology, when someone denies something, means that they're actually lying.
Well, only in ufology would you get that. When a denial is confirmation of truth.
Yeah. Did I post the link to in the last show? Don't know if I've done it yet. Dolan.
Yeah, you should post it so people can watch it in their entirety,
Yeah, if you want to listen to that, you can. What was the other one? I think we got pretty much on the end of that one there. I know I sort of sabotaged your live stream to put that stuff in.
No, that's fine. Hey mate, I've got no issue with that at all. It's good to clear this up.
So we can leave it there and start on our cases now, though.
Well, yeah, I just want to say one more thing about Dolan before we start on the cases. Is that wasn't his first howler? This Wilson leak was not the first.
No.
In 2015. He ran behind the Roswell slides. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And
we can
what
bring
a
it up on
howling
the screen.
that was. It was the mummified body of a child that was supposed to be a body from the Roswell crash of 1947.
I don't know if there's any pictures.
Yeah, you'll get it if you go Google Images. You'll get them. Yeah.
Roswell slides exposed. That was Jamie Muzan, wasn't it?
Click on Images. Paul. No, it wasn't. No,
Let
Paul,
me just see what that is. Oh, no, it's not that one. Those ones.
It was Tom Kelly and Donald Smits. That's the one.
It wasn't Jamie Muzan on that one?
He was in on it as well. But the original two, Tom Kelly and Donald Smits.
Was that the one they zoomed in and they read the label saying mummified baby or something?
No, yeah, that's right. But we didn't zoom in and get it because somehow the picture they had hold of was low resolution, but there was a high resolution copy available that they didn't present. So I'm hoping it was an accident rather than a deliberate deception.
Yeah.
But I have my doubts.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we got the blurry original. Yeah, probably, is it? Can't quite read it, I don't think. I can't quite get to the... yeah, you can see it's a bit out of focus, but maybe that wasn't the one.
They tried to get Kevin Randall and Stanton Friedman to go with this as well, but they didn't want nothing to do with it.
I think it was there, wasn't it? Original one. Can't read the label.
No, you can't on that one, but there's a high resolution copy available where you can read it. But I think
pointing out.
You is maxing out now because I can't even see the side chat properly.
Yeah, I'm zooming in on the picture here. But yeah, so he was involved in a money-making scheme on that, is what you were saying there, was it?
He actually done a lecture in 2015 saying this is going to change the world. This is going to force disclosure.
Okay.
And of course, he took his few quid to do the lecture as well.
Right.
So not good. Not good. That was a mistake.
Yeah. especially for a researcher, right?
But in all fairness to Richard Dolan, I don't think he knew too much about the research into these slides. I think he just went with what they've
The
done.
gravy
They
train.
they consulted some South American expert who said, "Oh, this isn't human."
Yeah.
So, and Tom Kirby was he had a degree in archaeology, anthropology, so he was kind of qualified, you know, in the subject. And Donald Smith blamed Kirby, and yeah, Dolan blamed Tom Kirby and Donald Smith. It was all a horrible mess, and it left ufology in a really bad place there in 2015 after all this surfaced. It seriously damaged the reputations of Smets and Kirby and Dolan. And there was a couple of others involved as well. I think you just mentioned one of the names.
He also was in the alien autopsy side of things as well, from what I could see from Dolan as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh God, that needs put into bed. That's another one that needs put into bed. Come on, the guy that done it, Spiders Morales, he's actually come out and said openly, "I made that model. We filmed it together."
Yeah.
He even said the location of where they filmed it.
Yeah, but he was still plugging it even this year, wasn't it? Saying it could be true. Dolan wasn't he, on interview? He was saying
it's a little bit more complicated than that. I think I don't know who it was now. Was said
Philip Mantel.
Whatever was it, Philip Mantel was always against it.
Yeah.
It was Philip Mantel who done most of the work to expose it, actually.
Although we did debunk a crazy picture that he put out from Poland yesterday. A light shade, a lamp cover. But anyway, if you haven't seen my live show yesterday, go and dig it up. It's well worth watching. So yeah, we're going to talk about the St. Clair County incident. West Airlines, is it?
Okay, I'll just need to leave you a link for that then. Okay.
We better get a move on here. 40 minutes gone.
Yeah, we don't have to do it all in one go, you know, Paul. We'll see how we go, yes?
We never get it all done, mate. There's always so much stuff to cover. I don't know why there's so many UFO fakers out there, because you don't need to fake anything. Anything. I got to watch out that sloppy English. It's been slipping back in listening to Mum again. You're getting the link. So we're going off to, where is it? Illinois.
Yeah, Illinois. This is a hell of a good case, this, you know.
So that's far away from Kentucky, not too far away. There we go. Looks better from.
It's a triangle sighting.
A triangle sighting. And of course, how far away from Area 51 is that?
Illinois.
Arizona. Let's go and walk a ranch there. Where's Vegas? Whereabouts is Vegas on the map? Texas.
Okay, well, you do that. I just need
oh, there it is. Nevada.
The drink here.
Up here.
I'll be 2 seconds.
It's a fair distance away. Yeah. Okay, go and get a drink. I'll catch up on the side chat anyway. What do we got going on here? What county? St. Clair's, I think. St. Clair, whatever that is. We can zoom right in. There it comes. I reckon it's there. St. Louis. That's St. Louis, though. Is that the right place? St. Clair County. Got to be the right place, surely, in Clair County. It's meant to be in that red box, I guess. That must be the county boundary lines. We never get hang of all the USA stuff. Where does it say St. Clair? Just type it in directly here just to make sure. There we go. It reckons it's right there, so must be here then. And what else we got down the side? No, it's Clair. Oh, that's where we are. That's where it went. What do you mean? There it is. There. St. Louis. It's got to be there. So, has Google Maps got it wrong again? Beats me.
Yeah, you should be looking for St. Clair County. Oh, there we go.
I am. That's what I typed in, and that's what it come up with.
Okay.
They're saying it's not the right place, but not too sure. Where are these guys at? I'm in New Zealand, down the bottom of the world, and Robert's at the top of the world in UK. He's cooking, and I'm freezing. In fact, it's finally stopped raining. It's been raining for at least 48 hours, and it's just so hard to sleep with the rain on the roof, on the window. So I probably only had like 2 hours sleep. So expect me to trip over my tongue a lot. You always sound skeptical. Who is? We had a bit of glitch yesterday with Crackle. Hey, what's going on? Robert, what are you doing?
Whoa, I didn't do any. I don't know what the hell happened there.
You're doing it. Go and check
Yeah,
your
I
tab.
know,
Make sure it's muted.
Yeah.
So you got the men in black there.
Weird. Never mind.
You got the men in black, have you? Were you corrupted then? Fading in and out when we were talking.
No, I'm sure it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, I'll drop in and drop out.
It's best to do it since you reconnected. That was quick.
Okay, how am I sounding now?
Sounds a bit better now on my end.
Okay, fine.
Just keep an eye out there, Google people. See if there's any corrupting sound that happens. So yeah, did you post a link? I don't think you did.
Yeah, I did, but I'll have to post it again now because there's been a lot of side chat since.
Shame we can't make your name a different colour so it stands out.
It doesn't work like that.
Oh, here we go. I saw something then. Here it is. Got it.
I just posted it again anyway.
Oh. Let's see if it's the right one. Oh, it's got a clock on it. Counting down.
I've never seen that before.
Mission Impossible. Is it going to blow up? Okay, what do we got? Illinois Triangle Satan.
Yeah.
The S is silent, doesn't it? Illinois.
Yeah, the S is silent. Illinois.
Yeah. Kind of strange word, really. So where did we start from this one? Full reports. It's got some pictures. Hey, we got some pictures. So it's good when we get
Mhm.
pictures. But where do we start in this? It's all over the place.
Yeah, I can't even see it, Paul, because your CPU must be maxing out. The whole screen is blurred.
Is it?
Yeah.
Says everything's okay this end.
Well,
can't
if
see
you
it?
can still hear me,
Yeah, I can
no,
see.
no,
Hear
it's
you.
blurred. It's cleaving now. Okay, that's better. But it's still a bit blurred. Okay, it's cleared.
We didn't used to have that problem.
No.
Oh well, we'll just start from here then.
Well, no, you need to get down to the actual body of text there, summary. Go
Yeah,
from there.
that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Okay.
I don't know how it's going to go, but we'll select it. It's got a lot of pictures that get in the way.
Yeah, don't do it all in once.
Or just tell me to pause it.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Summary. This famous UFO case involved the sighting of a huge unidentified triangular-shaped UFO by police officers and others in the early morning hours of January 5, 2000, over the state of Illinois. The officers, from a number of small Illinois towns, were able to track the unknown object and maintain radio contact with each other during the event. Their in-depth testimonies have been fully documented by investigators. Full report. Above, artistic reconstruction of Illinois UFO.
It means below.
Sketch of object by Officer Barton, Lebanon, Illinois Police Department. Sketch of rear of object by Officer Stevens, Millstadt, Illinois Police Department. Police report sketch, Officer Martin, Shiloh, Illinois Police Department. Reconstruction. The UFO passes Millstadt, Illinois Police Officer Craig Stevens at approximately 4:28 a.m. Video frame from the edge of reality, Illinois UFO, January 5, 2000. Witnesses to the Illinois sighting. Top row, Police Officer Craig Stevens, left, and Officer Ed Barton. Bottom row, Melvin Knoll, left, and Stephen Winnicott. Source, The Riverfront Times, St. Louis. Illinois police officers track UFO near Scott AFB. During my 10 years of investigating UFOs, I have never had a case like the one that occurred in the early morning hours of January 5, 2000. The UFO incident involved multiple witnesses, which mainly consisted of police officers from a number of small Illinois towns. The officers were able to track the unknown object and maintain radio contact with each
I thought
other
we
during
covered
the
this one
event.
before, don't we?
Adding to this,
No.
Scott Air Force Base was only 2 miles away from the flight path of the UFO. This episode became the focus of intense media coverage, which continued weeks after the actual event. The first person to notice anything unusual that early morning was Melvin Knoll. Knoll is the owner of a miniature golf course located in Highland, Illinois, which is
After this,
approximately
Paul.
24 miles from St. Louis, Missouri. During the off-season, he is a truck driver making deliveries at all hours of the day and night.
Yep.
You know, when you said you thought we'd done it before. I'll tell you what you're getting mixed up with is Stephenville in 2008. They were so similar. It was so
Yeah.
similar. Mm-hmm.
And it had a laser
And it's
beam
all-
come down, wasn't it?
Yeah, and if you compare the two events, they almost sound like it's the same craft, you know?
And it was 4 cops as well there as well, wasn't it?
I don't think there was more civilian sightings in that one, but there was a couple of police officers involved, yes. I believe so.
Mm.
But anyway, let's carry on with this. It's a really good case.
Night. Knoll was returning from a delivery run he had just completed at approximately 4 a.m. on Wednesday, January 5th. Before returning home, he thought he would check his miniature golf course and make sure everything was in order. He parked his truck in the back of the building and began to exit the vehicle. While doing so, he noticed a bright star over in the northeast sky. He didn't give it much thought at the time and proceeded to enter the building. After checking things inside, he was returning to his truck when he again noticed the bright star in the northeast sky. This time he stopped and observed it more closely. He noticed the light was, in fact, moving in his general direction. In just a few minutes, Noel noticed the bright white light was only part of a larger object. It appeared to be rectangular in shape, and was comparable to the size of a football field. Noel added that the object was also very tall. This object had a series of windows that ran down the side. He also noticed 2 floors, each having 2 windows. These were described as rectangular, with an intense white light radiating out from them. The windows appeared to be located more toward the rear of the object. When the object was very close, Noel stated he could see a large number of dim red lights on the bottom. He assumed the exterior color must have been black or dark gray.
Okay, stop it there, Paul, please.
The description.
That was my fault. No, he was the civilian witness. When he described windows, they were like square blocks of light. He described them as windows, as maybe that's the best way he could describe them. But from what I gathered from listening to him and the drawing, I am not sure at all they were windows.
Right.
I'm sure they were more just square blocks of light, which was his way. He was quite, just a simple guy. I don't mean that in a derogatory sense at all. But I think he just explained it the best way he could. I don't think you could ever say there were windows as in glass windows. Well, it doesn't really add up either. But
could be ventilation holes for the engine, of course, as well.
Well, I don't think that was an engine, Paul. I don't think that whatever that was using any kind of engine.
Well, it would have to have some sort of motion.
It would have to have a power source. Yes, of course.
That's what I mean. So it would give off energy or light.
I certainly wouldn't describe it as an engine, as in a combustion engine, because this thing was completely silent.
Well, engine is just a general term, but yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, not a term I would use. That's all. I would say propulsion system.
Well, that's getting a bit more complicated then. Technique talk.
Well, no. Nothing complicated about propulsion system. Come on, man. Come on. Lighten up.
Anyway, but if it's all array around, it does sound like if it's ventilation holes, doesn't sound right. So, I think the picture was at the top there, wasn't it? We'll go back over the pictures at the end, or
this is another thing. If it was some kind of a black project kind of thing, like why the hell, why in God's name would you light it up like a flaming Christmas tree? It doesn't make any sense, does it? Overpopulated area as well.
So white light.
Even though I believe it was early hours of the morning.
White light. So it's 3 white lights underneath. What's that one there?
Which we heard this before in the Belgian wave and Hudson Valley, as well as many other cases.
Mostly, can't quite read that. Coloured red lights. So you got a row of coloured red lights there.
Yeah, you've got multicoloured light there. 30,
and we got a little tiny one here, a red light in the middle.
Blinking light,
does sound like the Belgian wave aircraft, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
So for the model that we're seeing we know is a fake, or apparently a fake. Anyway, we're questioning whether it was a fake. We weren't 100% sure.
That's right, because it was only called a fake because some anonymous guy phoned a journalist up and said, I done it, and put the phone down. Yeah. Well, anyone could say that.
Yeah. You'd have to bring out the model and actually maybe have a video of you making the model and making the fake, that sort of stuff, to be really believable nowadays. But anyway, we'll carry on.
Description he used to initially describe the object was like a 2-story house in the sky. During this time, Noel did not notice any sound, odor, or emission coming from the object. As it moved away to the southwest, he noticed windows on the back of the object. He added that these appeared to have a series of lines or bars in them that ran up and down. The object appeared to move in a northeast to southwest direction. The speed was determined to be slow when compared to conventional aircraft. Knoll said he recalls the object slowing down as it passed close to him before regaining speed as it moved away. Knoll estimated the object was possibly a half-mile distant when it moved closest to his location. The altitude was estimated to be approximately 500 feet, and the duration of this sighting was estimated to be around 5 minutes.
That's not very high up.
Knoll promptly drove his pickup truck to the Highland Police Station. He thought that nobody would believe him unless the Highland Police could contact a neighboring town's police officer, who could verify that there was something strange in the sky. The dispatcher at the Highland Police Department listened to Knoll's account and determined that he was a rational individual, despite his unusual claim. She then contacted the Lebanon Police Department. Officer Ed Barton responded to the call around 4:10 to 4:15 a.m. Officer Barton was initially skeptical upon hearing the transmission. He asked the dispatchers if they were joking. They stated they were not joking. He then proceeded to the north end of town, past Homer Park, on Whitacus Road. He did not see anything in the sky at this time. He then followed Whitacus Road as it turns from the north to the east, heading towards Illinois Route 4. About halfway to Route 4, Officer Barton observed two large brilliant white lights in the northeastern sky. The lights appeared so close together that he thought they were almost touching each other. He stated the lights were so brilliant in intensity that the light rays radiated outward like the symbol of the Japanese Rising Sun battle flag from World War II. He became curious and decided to drive a little faster. Upon arriving at Illinois Route 4, Officer Barton turned south, heading back towards Lebanon. He was able to observe the lights to his left through his driver's side window as he was proceeding into town. At some point, as he was alternately watching the lights and the road in front of him, the two bright lights now appeared to be one bright light. At this point, he switched on his overhead lights, now believing this could possibly be an aircraft having problems. Upon arriving in town, he made a left turn onto East Route 50 and proceeded east to a bridge at the bottom of the hill.
3 white lights.
At this point, while he was still driving,
red one
he
that
noticed
blinks.
the one bright light appeared as an elongated cigar-shaped object. The object seemed to be stationary in the sky over the northeast end of the neighboring town of Summerfield. Officer Barton stopped his vehicle on the side of the road because he now noticed the object appeared to be heading in his direction. He stated it was not moving very fast, but not very slow either.
Stop it after this.
Upon
Paul.
stopping the vehicle, he turned off all the lights and his squad car's radio in an attempt to hear any noise possibly coming from the object. No noise was evident.
So there's a Cigar object
Shit.
in this as well now. Not just a triangle.
This is a. I think there may have been more than one craft in the area. Now, Officer Barton, this passed right over his head, and he was outside of the car, and he had, out of all the witnesses, I think his testimony was the best because he's seen it the closest for longest, and he's seen it at quite a low altitude, and his description of the craft was extremely detailed and very well done. It was good to have a witness of his caliber there for such an event, you know. I'm not sure that too many people would have been able to pin it down as well as he did.
Excuse me. There's that niggle again. So Route 50, there's 44, 55. Where's 50 on the map? Turned into Route 50.
You can see 50 there. It's by Lebanon.
I can't see Lebanon.
You've got O'Fallon, you've got Lebanon, and
there it
Shiloh,
is.
and then you've got
50.
50.
So he turned into that road heading this way. There's a lot of farmland there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a beautiful area, yes.
Yeah, heading to Lebanon. Or he was coming this way. Which way was he turning again? Turned left. Made a turn left. So it's got to be Jesus and produced to east to the bridge. Is there a bridge there? Can't see no bridge. Well, that would be coming this way. That would be a right-hand turn, so it's got to be somewhere else then, isn't it?
Oh, Paul, I wouldn't waste too much time on that, please.
There's a big highway there. Look.
Yeah.
I can't even see a river. So, what kind of bridge is he talking about? But yeah, it gives us a rough idea where we're talking about where the sighting occurred.
Sure, yeah.
And 50 runs for a fair distance here. Goes right around. So it could be coming this way as well, I guess. So you want to carry on here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Evident. As it approached, he noticed the distinct shape of the object. It appeared as a massive, elongated, narrow triangle, larger in length and width. The apparent size of the object was conservatively estimated to be approximately 75 feet in length and 40 feet in width. At each corner, Officer Barton observed a massive bright, white light. These lights did not waver in intensity and appeared to be pointing straight down. He stated they did not light up the ground, but were very bright. In addition, there was one smaller flashing red light situated closer to the two rear white lights, yet in the midline of the object. He noticed that the object was blotting out the stars above it as it passed by him. He still could not discern any noise emanating from the object. At this time, the object appeared to be closest to Officer Barton, and he estimated it was no more than 100 feet distant and approximately 1,000 feet above the ground. Then he observed the object rotating in the sky from a southerly heading to that of a southwesterly direction. As it rotated, the object did not bank as is expected of conventional aircraft. Rather, the object pivoted in mid-air, without tilting to one side or the other, and remained completely level. At this point, Officer Barton radioed Central Command to tell them what he was observing, as well as its current location. In between transmissions, he stopped for a moment as the craft dramatically increased speed. The object was moving at a relatively slow pace at the beginning of his transmission, but accelerated so fast he could barely track the movement with his eyes. He was able to observe the rear of the object before this display of velocity, and his best analogy is in comparing it to the Millennium Falcon spacecraft from the motion picture Star Wars. It appeared to be rectangular and illuminated by white light. Through the middle of the light, running lengthwise, was a band of multicolored illumination. He stated that there were no individual colored lights visible. Rather, it appeared as a band of various colors, which blended into each other. He continued the transmission by informing Central Command that the object should now be around the town of Shiloh, approximately 8 miles to the southwest. Officer David Martin of the Shiloh Police Department radioed that he could now see something in the sky. Shortly thereafter, Officer Barton could no longer see the object from his location. Officer Martin was driving on the southern end of Shiloh heading east when he observed the mysterious object, which appeared to be heading in a westerly direction. He was able to observe 3 brilliant white lights, which were shining downward from the object. However, the light did not illuminate the ground or objects on the ground. In addition, small red and green lights were observed on the back end of the object. At this time, Officer Martin thought the object's altitude was approximately 1,000 feet. He estimated the distance from his car to the object to be about 1/4 of a mile. He thought the object resembled the shape of an extra-wide triangle or arrowhead. He estimated the apparent size to be 75 to 100 yards wide, figure 3.
Yeah, you see, now we've got discrepancies in the witness statements because they've all seen it from different angles and they've all seen it at slightly different altitudes. So what the hell was this doing? Seemed to be up and down traveling at various speeds, hovering at stages, and then traveling at stupid speeds the next. It's kind of crazy. And if it was something black budget, I'll repeat it again. Why the hell light it up like a Christmas tree? It just doesn't make any sense.
Mm.
But I think they all done the best they could.
Yeah.
And the timeline, I think the whole thing was done and dusted within an hour, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So it hung about for a bit.
Yeah, I haven't actually got that one. I was seeing if there's any more pictures, and this one about figure 3, so I guess it was that last one off the triangle.
Yeah.
You want us to carry on here?
Yeah, sure, carry on, mate.
3. Officer Martin was driving slowly during his observations. He also rolled down his driver's side window to determine if the object was emitting any sound. No sound could be heard. He finally decided to pull over to the side of the road and exit the vehicle for a better observation. At this point, the object increased in speed and disappeared in a westerly direction. Officer Martin estimated the object's initial speed to be 15 miles per hour. When it increased in speed, he figured it to be at least 80 to 100 miles per hour.
That's pretty slow.
In the nearby town of Millstadt, Illinois,
I don't think a plane
Officer
could go
Craig
that slow.
Stevens was on patrol and heard the radio traffic regarding the object. His curiosity was aroused, so he drove to the east end of Millstadt to see this mysterious thing in the sky. After not seeing anything, he proceeded to Liederkrantz Park on the north end of town. While sitting in his car, he observed a very large object that was roughly triangular in shape. Officer Stevens estimated the object to be only 500 to 1,000 feet in altitude. The flight speed was described as extremely slow. He also stated that there was no noise with the exception of a low decibel buzzing sound that he could barely discern. As he watched the object, it began moving to the north. It had a white light on the left side, right side, and center of the back end. In addition, there was a single red light on the bottom. The back end also appeared to be slightly recessed. At 4:29 a.m. Officer Stevens contacted his dispatcher to advise him that he could now see the object. Then he exited his vehicle and grabbed the Polaroid camera from his squad car's trunk. He aimed the camera at the object and took a picture, but the extreme cold temperatures of that morning, 15 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit, caused the camera to work poorly. He was able to produce one photo, though poor in quality, before the object disappeared to the northwest. The last police officer to report seeing the object that morning was from Dupo, Illinois. I interviewed him personally, but I do not have permission to use his name. This officer also heard the radio traffic that evening and decided to take a look for himself. Approximately 5 minutes after Officer Stevens' radio transmission from Millstadt, the Dupo officer observed an array of lights. Contrary to the other officers, this individual stated the object was at a relatively high altitude and proceeding in a north-northeasterly heading. It was so high in the sky that the officer said he wouldn't have noticed it if it wasn't for the radio traffic. He said it stayed east of Dupo. The altitude was described as being higher than that of a small plane, but lower than that of a commercial aircraft. The officer viewed the object through binoculars, but was able to see only a conglomeration of lights, white lights at the extreme ends and red lights in the middle. He could not discern any size or shape due to the distance.
What's interesting about triangles, though, they're not aerodynamic, are they? They're just like the wedges in the sky, right? They're not actually like flying wings. They're not tapered off. They're always the same thickness, if you hear the reports, which is not aerodynamic. So that triangle wedge to go higher up from 500 feet, it must have had some sort of lifting capability.
It was lower. It was higher than a small aircraft, but lower than a commercial aircraft. So I think he's talking maybe 20,000 feet altitude there.
Oh,
So,
that much.
you know, that's a lot higher than what the other witness stated at about 1,000 feet. Yes.
I would say between 5 and 10,000 feet. He's talking about there.
Well, I don't know. I'd say a small aircraft like a Cessna would fly around about 5,000 feet.
That's
A
what I'm
commercial
saying.
aircraft, you're
Between
looking
5
at
and
30,
20 anyway.
40,000 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But
Between
it
5
doesn't.
and 20.
But it's not aerodynamic in any means. These sightings of the triangles, but doesn't still rule out them being some sort of blimp, a stealth blimp with some helium that sort of lifts up. But that means you have to. You got some perfect control there, or buoyancy going on, because it went from 500 feet up to 10,000 feet, say, pretty quickly there by the sounds of it. I'm not sure if helium could do that, but if it was equal buoyancy and you had like plasma electrical engines underneath, I think you could shoot up a blimp quite fast. But still doesn't rule out black ops. Still, this is the whole problem. We still don't know if it's aliens or some black ops thing that's two stories
no,
high.
It's so you're going to be very skeptical before you start making that alien statement.
But it sounds very similar.
Black ops lit up like a Christmas tree. The sudden acceleration, I think that rules out a balloon.
Well, it rules out a balloon, yeah, but a power blimp that doesn't.
If it was some kind of stealth balloon, well, it wasn't behaving in a very stealthy manner, was it?
Yeah, so the Phoenix lights, let's see if we can get that up. Travelled apparently down from Oregon, from what I heard initially, wasn't it? And went all the way down the coast of California. And Phoenix is over here somewhere, isn't it? In Nevada, Arizona, somewhere here, isn't it? So yeah, it's a fair distance away from this other sighting, which is what I'm saying here. But Ben Hansen, he was saying if you got the right camera and filter, you can actually see these triangles pretty much every night coming in, flying over the state that he's in. I'm not sure which state it is. It might be over this side actually. Yeah. But he said it's right around a lot of Air Force bases. So could it be still Black Ops? Who knows?
Well, yeah. I mean, okay. TRGB, blah blah blah. Do you know what I think of that patent? Is a total complete nonsense. It's as much nonsense as the Wilson leak. It really is. It's a leaked document. Yeah, so we're supposed to believe that. Now, if you look at most advanced aircraft like the U-2 and the Blackbird and all that kind of stuff, 10 years and it's out in the open. These triangles have been flying around since the early 80s now. That's 40 years they've been about. No, I'm not having it. Unless you want to believe in some like Dolan stuff, like a breakaway civilization, some bitch guys who've got their own technology and renegade guys doing whatever they want. I'm not having it. It's just that's a conspiracy theory in itself to me.
Is he in North Dakota state? I don't know. It looks like it might be another person. I'm just trying to find where he is, if he reckons he can film him. So if he can film him, why hasn't he put out a documentary? Because that's that would be like proof positive if he can almost film him every night. International Congress. Whereabouts is he located though?
Paul, are we
grew up in Utah. So it must be. Yeah, hang on. Let me just talk. Okay. So it must be over this side. So he must see him coming over the coast on the sea. This side coming into his home state of Utah here. Where is it? Up here, Nevada. Which again is really close to all those Air Force bases, like you were saying, around there. So, yeah. But he did a great interview on about filming the triangles on Martin's show again. I don't know if you can find the clip or not, but it was quite interesting. And he was talking about the camera.
Mm-hmm. But you can do it after we've completed the case, yes?
Yeah, let's just do a quick search there. Hasn't come up. Ben Hansen, Martin Willis show. We're about to find it, and might be able to search the transcript and get to the part where he's talking about it again. But we know we have problems searching Google here. Looks like he's got it on the website here, though. Is it? Oh, he's got it in the movie database, has he? I don't know what that site is. We'll search for it after. Just carry on.
Distance
Sure
and
thing.
altitude. These witnesses provide us with enough data to project the flight path of the object as it traveled over the southwestern Illinois area, Figure 6. It apparently came from the northeast and traveled slowly over Highland to Summerfield. Once there, it turned to the southwest and drastically accelerated. It traveled approximately 1 to 2 miles north of Scott Air Force Base and slowed as it passed over Shiloh. Then it increased in speed again until it arrived near the town of Millstadt. After slowing, it altered direction again and turned to the northwest. Shortly after that, the object then made a drastic turn to the northeast, while also increasing in altitude, maintaining a low altitude until this final maneuver. Due to the location of Scott Air Force Base in relation to the UFO sightings, I found it necessary to contact them. Although I was not optimistic, I felt I should pursue every possible source of information. I wrote a letter of introduction, requesting answers to 4 important questions concerning the recent UFO sighting.
Yeah, now Scott Air Force Base, believe me, there's nothing underground or anything too top secret about that base. It's more of a medical training base. So it's highly unlikely whatever this was came from there. It overflew it, sure.
We lost a like there for some reason.
Oh, who cares? Get on with the show.
Sighting. I promptly received a courteous, albeit uninformative, letter of response indicating that 1. The only calls received at the base were from the media. 2. No ground observers at the base have come forward with reports. 3. The base did not track any objects on radar, since radar services are provided by the FAA at Lambert St. Louis International Airport. And 4. The base was not operating any craft resembling the reports. However, better information was provided by the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office. They released copies of the dispatch tapes for the morning of January 5, 2000. What follows are the relevant transmissions. Dispatcher. Lebanon, this is a call from Highland PD in reference to a truck driver who just stopped in. He said there was a flying object in the area of Lebanon. It looks like a 2-story house. It had white lights and red blinking lights, and it was last seen southwest over Lebanon. Could you check the area? Lebanon officer. Did they say the truck driver was DUI or anything? 10-4, I'm out. Just a quick question. If I happen to find it, what am I supposed to do with it? If I see it, I'm not saying a word. Also be advised the last thing that went over Lebanon, this was approximately 5 minutes ago, was a military cargo plane. It looked like a C-5. Be advised there is a very bright white light east of town. It looks like it's just east of Summerfield, and it keeps changing colors. I'll go over there and see if it looks like an aircraft. It doesn't look like an aircraft, though. It's not the moon, and it's not a star. If you would, will you contact Scott Air Force Base and see if they have anything flying in this area, please? Whether it's a plane or not, it's heading westbound now. It should be really close to Scott now. As a matter of fact, if the Shiloh officer looks up, they can probably see it by now. Shiloh officer, I see something, but but I don't know what the heck it is. It's probably
Course,
heading to Lambert Field.
Because they haven't got the apps like we got now on smartphones, so they can't simply just aim it at the sky and get a airplane call sign like we can nowadays with our phones.
So this was in the year 2000, so yeah, 20-year-old
Yeah.
technology.
Yeah, so if it happens again, we might have some more credible evidence happening. But yeah, it's sort of gone quiet on the triangles, though, I thought, lately.
Well, I don't know. We tend to hear about these things several years after they've occurred, you know. So I wouldn't be too sure about that.
And of course, they're not picking it up on radar either, so that means that it's got some sort of stealth radar cloaking on the skin.
Well, I don't know. You see, like commercial radar and military radar, two different things. And a lot of cases, like commercial radar doesn't pick anything up unless it's got a transponder. You with me?
Yeah, call sign, yeah. They turn it off anyway if it's military, so carry on.
Millstat officer, I've got that object in sight also. Dispatcher, are you serious? Millstat officer, it's huge. Dispatcher, does it look like a what does it look like to you? Millstat officer, it's kind of V-shaped. It looks like it's possibly headed toward Lambert. Dispatcher, 10-4. That's what Shiloh said when it was heading towards Fairview Heights. One of the officers hums theme song to Twilight Zone over his radio. Millstat officer, really? Does Dupo have a Polaroid? Dispatcher, that, I don't know. Dupo officer, I'm not sure what you're seeing. It appears to be pretty high in the area. When I could first see it with binoculars, you could see it was different colors. Now it appears to be white. Millstat officer. Is it very large? Dupo officer, it's hard to tell. It's pretty far off. Millstat officer, this object was above me about 500 feet, and it was huge. Dupo officer, this thing appears, it's probably 20 or 30,000. It's about where planes usually are. It's not low at all. I would now like to discuss some particular aspects of this case. The first concerns the obvious differences in the descriptions given by the witnesses. In examining the figures, we can see there are major disparities between them, the largest difference being the description provided by Knoll as compared to those of the police officers. Knoll describes a large rectangular-shaped object. Less than 15 minutes later, Officer Barton reports seeing an elongated triangle. The other officers report seeing objects that are roughly triangular. Beyond differences in shape, we also have radical differences in the lighting configurations that were reported. I believe there are several possibilities for the inconsistencies. The first involves the most prosaic explanation. Namely, witnesses can be wrong in their interpretations of what they claim to have seen. This is a fact all objective UFO researchers must never forget. Is it possible the witnesses made errors in their observations? Of course, that is a distinct possibility. One of the major problems relating to this is the issue of perspective. From what perspective did the witnesses view the object?
Of course, atmospherics
Some
as
witnesses
well.
were stationary, while others were driving at the time of their sighting. In particular, Officer Barton's descriptions vary as he views the object from different distances and angles. To compound matters, the object was moving at various speeds and directions in relation to the observers.
Of course, the lights could change.
Another
location.
explanation for the very
The lights could change on the ship itself as well, make it look like it's slimmer than it really is.
Yeah,
or
sure.
it could actually, or it could transform its shape into a different triangle shape for speed, maybe even. You know, what movie was that? Sci-fi movie was that where it can transform into a fast-moving shape? Was it Flight of the Navigator? Was that the movie? Just trying to think where it sort of transforms. I think it might have been something like that. But anyway, Yeah, what do you want to
Yeah,
say
I'll-
about it?
I've forgotten. No.
Isn't it a bugger getting older?
Yeah, I'm on the side chat as well, so that doesn't help my
No.
my focus. Yes, I recall now. Now Barton said, I don't know if he missed this bit, but when it turned, it didn't bank. It just
No.
moved across in this
pivoted.
fashion.
Yeah.
You know, it pivoted rather than banked, which is not like a conventional aircraft, is it?
No.
You have to say there's that little alien side to this, isn't there?
Although a blimp can do that though, because you got the
Come on,
engines.
it's not a blimp. It's not a blimp.
You don't know that.
No, yeah, but I'm fairly confident.
A
it's not.
triangle-shaped
You seem to
blimp.
blame everything on a blimp. A triangle-shaped blimp. A stealth blimp. Well, it wasn't being very stealthy, was it? For God's sakes, every idiot noticed it.
Well, maybe they had a malfunction where the cloaking didn't work.
Why would a stealth blimp be lit up?
Because they had a technical problem of some kind.
You might as well have a reindeer behind it, you know, for God's sakes. I don't know.
Varied descriptions could be attributed to the notion that there were multiple objects of differing shapes in the sky that night. This would explain why different descriptions were received. I tend to refute this idea due to a couple of facts. The terrain around Highland, Summerfield, and Shiloh is extremely flat. On a clear night, like on January 5th, you can see for miles in all directions. This is especially true between Highland and Summerfield. If multiple objects were in the sky illuminated by an array of lights, observers would have seen any that were there. Also, the timing of the sightings would tend to coincide with the flight of a single object moving from town to town. There were only a few minutes between each sighting, which tends to suggest it was the same object being witnessed from various locations. Yet a third possible explanation could involve the object actually changing shape in flight. This is one of the more questionable ideas proposed, but a review of the UFO literature will reveal a multitude of cases which involve objects that appear to change form. I only consider it as a possibility. Another issue that needs to be discussed is Scott Air Force Base. I find it hard to imagine that a large unknown object with bright lights could fly under 1,000 feet within 2 miles of the base without causing some concerns. I believe they may have more detailed information concerning this event. It is a distinct possibility that the object witnessed was a military craft of some type. Unfortunately, we do not have any evidence to support or refute this idea. In closing, I would like to extend my thanks to Peter Davenport of the National UFO Reporting Center for his invaluable assistance in this case.
Job, you know.
Also, my thanks to the witnesses who were willing to come forward and share their experiences with us. Thanks also to Forrest Crawford who directly assisted me. More articles on this case. Illinois UFO Case Report and Analysis. Daryl Barker Productions. It's been more than 4 years and 3 months since the sighting of a huge triangular-shaped UFO by police officers and others in the early morning hours of January 5, 2000, over the state of Illinois. Since that time, the incident has been viewed by many as one of the most substantial UFO sightings in the history of the phenomenon, due almost entirely to the testimonials given by the law enforcement officers involved. NIDS investigation of Illinois UFO. NIDS, National Institute for Discovery Science, original case investigation by NIDS into the Illinois UFO case. NIDS was one of the primary investigation groups in this case. Includes transcripts of interviews and testimony of the witnesses.
Okay, that's it. So yeah, we got to the end.
Yeah, we have got to the end of that. So let me have a look. Let's see what else we got on this case now.
If there's any more pictures, I might have a look.
There's a photograph, you know.
Have you got it handy?
Oh
Let's see.
no, I can't. Where the hell has it gone? Oh, please don't do this to me.
Okay.
Damn it.
Well, perhaps you know which one we're looking for.
Wait there. Give me 2. Well, while I have a look for that, okay.
He said he took a
Right, have a
picture
look.
of it, but it was far away or something, didn't he? So that must be the picture you're
Yeah,
talking about.
but it was quite interesting, especially when they'd done some analysis on it.
What was the place again?
Go on
St.
to
Clair.
this tab for now. And if you go down to the bottom here, you've got a video there with the actual witness statements, which would be great if we could play some of that. But if you say no, I understand.
I don't know. You know what Google's like.
I know.
Down the
I
bottom.
know, man.
Well, at least I got a map on this one. So it was going in that direction. I said so. That's left. Yeah, left into Libyan. So that makes sense. Where's the bridge? Oh,
Yeah.
there's a river. Is it? There's a river there. So the bridge must be there. Anyway, was that the interview there? Looks like it.
Right at the bottom, Paul.
Yeah, that's where I am.
Okay.
But what
Yeah,
does it say? Doesn't say. It's 4-3. It must be fairly old.
Yeah, it is old.
Let's
Well
have a
old.
look.
There's a bit of music on it. Oh,
I hate music. On interviews. But what's the
these
TV?
are the 4 police officers involved.
If it's anything with Discovery Channel, they are right B's for fair use. Doesn't actually say anywhere though, does it? Is it real?
The time is 4 o'clock in the morning.
It looks like one of these regular TV shows, doesn't it? We're going to get done, I think, on that one. Okay.
January 5th of the year 2000. Several police officers and civilians witnessed a massive triangular-shaped object, and it moves.
Let's give it some pitch change. That sort of helps. Sometimes.
Aerodynamically, like no aircraft known to the common.
Sounds like Linda Moulton Howe's movie now. Hey, you know, you think something that old, that would be like 2000, would it? Probably shouldn't have such active copyright.
What follows is a detailed reconstruction and analysis of what constitutes a landmark UFO sighting. The story is retold by the actual witnesses and incorporates the actual police radio transmission tapes from that cold January morning.
Oh, what happened there? Do we know who's doing this? What channel?
No, I haven't got a clue.
I got in here about 4 o'clock in the morning, and as I got on my pickup truck, I happened to look over in the northeast, and I seen that bright star, which I thought it was a star.
I'll clip some of the pictures so it's not
down
full.
This way. So I goes in the inside, was in there for a few minutes, and came back out to get in my truck, and I looked over there again.
What's that beeping sound?
And I thought to myself, well, that's awful bright and awful low. And I just kept watching it, and it's moving. So I kept my eyes on it, and I just, as it came into the city of Highland here, over these trees right here, I could see under it. It was like a custard red lights, and it was like a 2-story house with a little penthouse on top. and I had
a penthouse on the top. That must be the Mantis cabin.
I don't know, 6 or 8 windows in it, and there
I don't know, this sounds like Unsolved Mysteries or something, is it?
just a bright light on the inside, but all the same. And as it was traveling so slow, right over the treetops, it just kept it moving. And I was
so
just
this is
standing
the
there
civilian
watching it
witness.
going out of Highland,
Sorry?
This is the civilian witness.
Right.
and there was windows in the back of it, and I thought to myself that I could barely see it. Well, there would be nobody would believe me what I seen if I don't tell somebody.
Well, if it
So
crops
I
a wee
figured, well,
bit,
I'll go
they
down
won't
to the police
detect
station
it.
and to see if they could see anything.
Well, I just received a call from Highland PD, reference to a truck driver just stopped in and said there was a flying object in the area of Lebanon.
I wish they'd get rid of that music,
like
though.
a 2-story house.
No
It
need for
had
that.
white lights and red blinking lights, and it was last seen southwest over Lebanon. Leslie, could you check the area?
I asked CENTCOM if they were joking, because again, I joke around with some of the dispatchers there, and they said negative.
No, this is not a joke. I just got off the phone with Nancy from Highland PD.
It's like, okay, so I asked him if the person reporting was 1055, which means DUI or drunk.
Did they say the truck driver was DUI or anything?
They said no.
He said he was.
His name wasn't Tyler.
Not during this whole time. While driving out here, I'm kind of going back and forth with St. Clair County. Asking me, what am I supposed to do if I find it? You know, that kind of thing. And
Just a quick question. If I happen to find it, what am I supposed to do with it?
they asked me if I wanted the number for the UFO hotline. I said negative. Even if I saw it, I'm not going to report it.
If I see it, I'm not saying a word.
I'm just going to change my mind about that.
Also be advised about the last thing that went over left approximately 5 minutes ago was a military cargo plane. It looked like a C-5.
Well, we heard that
The
before.
recognition lights got green, red, and also white.
Right in here, when I first saw, again, the double lights, that would have been a little to the left of the one street light and the red flashing light, which is the radio tower out at Somerville.
Okay, so this is it. Oh, right. Reconstruction. I thought it might be the photograph.
2 meters to the left, flashing red radio tower. They were almost touching, and they were so bright. It at first almost looked like car headlights on brights, but they were bigger and brighter than the like street lights that the farmers have around their houses and so forth. Well, I called CENTCOM to let them know what it was I saw, and I was going to investigate.
Be advised, there's a very bright white light east of town. Looks like it's just east of Somerville, and it keeps changing colors. I'll go there, see if maybe it's an aircraft. It doesn't look like an aircraft, though.
And I didn't really speed up that time because I wasn't sure exactly what it was I was seeing. It was at that point when I turned on the overhead emergency lights because again, and my rig-rack flashes because I wasn't sure whether it was a plane going down or not. When I next saw it, it had turned from 2 into 1. Again, gigantic bright light. And during all this, including when it was the 2, there was white light radiating off of it, almost like the Japanese rising sun battle flag. Okay, we're now coming up. I'm getting ready to turn the east route 50. When I got to the bridge at the very east end of town, it had turned into like an elongated cigar. Again, very intense bright light with the white light radiating off of it. I still had my overheads on, continuing towards Summerfield, which is eastbound, and it was still at about the 1-2 o'clock position from where I was at.
Would you contact Scott Air Force Base to see if they have anything flying in this area, please?
It was right here when I noticed that it looked like it was coming towards me. Because the light appeared to be getting bigger. That's why I thought it was definitely moving. It was kind of moving from my right to the left.
All the noise the car makes.
When I saw it was definitely moving towards me, I pulled over the side of the road. And right where I pulled over, there's a sign that says test pavement next 21 miles, big green sign. I turned off the overhead lights, the headlights, turned off the car, and got out of the car on the driver's side. I was standing over here when it got closer. That's when I was able to discern the actual shape, the triangle, and so forth. When it got about approximately 150, 200 foot south of my location and about 1,500 foot high off the ground is when it made a flat turn, started heading southwest again, very, very slowly, almost like a floating or a moving hover. I reached back in the car, picked up my radio.
Sorry.
It's conducting. It's conducting. I can barely hear it.
I can hear it fine.
I don't know if people out there can hear it okay. Maybe it's just my end.
The CPU's speaking for some reason.
Again, which is about 2 to 3 seconds. It was already over Shiloh, which is about 67 miles.
We have to put up with the crap we got for our live stream.
Whether it's a plane or not, it's heading westbound now. It should be really close to Scott now. Matter of fact, the Shiloh also looks like they can help us here for now.
It's a bit hard to hear with that music, I'll tell you.
On January 5th, about 4:30 in the morning, Lebanon gets a call for this flying object, and after he had seen it and said that it might be in Shiloh, Lebanon, I'm driving right here, eastbound Lebanon Avenue, and right in this field is where I observed it. I looked up in the sky and observed this huge arrow-shaped, triangular-shaped object just floating in the sky right in the open field right over here. And it had 3 big bright lights lighting up the entire sky just beneath the flying object. And it was just floating gradually west-southerly along this field over here at a gradual, slow speed. And as I stopped right up the road here to get out and see if I could get a picture or observe it better, the object, with unexplainably in the naked eye, was just from gradually moving to all the way down in the field, like within the snap of a finger or a wink of the eye. And there was no sound. I had my window down. The radio was off. And there was no sounds, nothing coming from the flying object. And it was every bit of 75 to 100 yards that appeared to be wide. I didn't get a very good look at the lengthwise.
Has this one got the photograph on it?
Was down the road.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I've got that object inside also. Are you serious? It's huge.
And that's when I first saw it. It was a huge object. It was an arrowhead-shaped object. It was concaved in the rear, and it was huge. For the size of the object, it was moving very slowly. Only about 500 to 1,000 feet off the ground. It was very low, so I got a real good look at it. There were 3 lights to the rear of the object, one in the center and one on either side, on the right and left side. And then in the center of the rear, in the concave section, it was like a strobing white light that got bright and then dimmed off as the strobing effect went across.
Sounds like Knight Rider.
Then on the bottom center of the object, I observed it was
I think the photo is on here somewhere, yeah.
light.
And they've done the analysis on it.
To the north,
quite
and
good.
then as it banked, it made a distinct tilt.
Well, it'd be good if I could get hold of it.
Turned and went toward the St. Louis Dupont direction, which would be to the northwest. So that you saw a distinct bank. Yes, it didn't sway in the wind or anything like a blimp possibly would. So I hopped out of my patrol car, went to the rear of the trunk, grabbed the Polaroid, and snapped a quick picture of it as it headed to the north.
What does it look like to you?
Is that it? Oh dear.
It's at 18 minutes. It's at 18 minutes, Paul.
It says photograph here. Polaroid photograph taken.
Yeah, it's but they do the analysis on it at 18 minutes, I think.
It's not much of a photograph though.
No, not at this stage it isn't, but it was enhanced. And I think you can see that about 18.
Looks like it's possibly headed toward Lambert.
Snapped the picture. It was cold out, and Polaroid camera didn't work real well, and with the coldness and being just a Polaroid camera, not real good night. But
They didn't have body cams back then.
That I don't know.
No.
from the time they told me that Millstead had seen it, I drove probably about 5 miles down the highway and pulled off the side of the road to look, and another officer from a neighboring town came up, and I told him what I was doing. We both laughed about it and made a few jokes, and he left, and I got back in my car and went maybe a quarter mile, and I seen something in the sky. And then, before I'd seen a couple of little planes, because Parks Airport's about 5 miles from here. They were coming in, but then after I seen this other object, it didn't appear to be like any plane I'd seen before.
604, 3923 on County 2. 604, good. I'm not sure the same item that you said. It's one of your pretty high in the area. My first scene, I open eye, because you can see the different colors now. It appears to be white. Very large. It's hard to tell. It's pretty far off in the distance.
I looked at it with binoculars. It looked a lot brighter. The lights were a lot more, I guess, had a lot more brightness to them than a regular aircraft would. And about that time, the dispatcher called me back again. I don't know if I still seen the object. I said yes, and she said that Lambert Airport's on the phone. They said there's nothing in the area.
Maybe it's space alien
around you.
on tourists.
This object was above me about 500 feet. It was huge. Usually the planes are not low at all.
I couldn't tell exactly how far it was. It's a pretty dark night, and I was looking with binoculars, but it was definitely off to the east pretty far.
The UFO took its course through Highland, Illinois at approximately 4 a.m. It then moved southwest toward the town of Summerfield, where it was spotted by Lebanon police at 4:18. It then approached the police officer at 4:23, where it then shot suddenly to Shiloh, 6 miles away.
You can see everyone's location now,
and then
can't you?
moved southwest.
You can see the
The
timeline.
UFO then moved to the town of Millstadt, where it was seen at 4:28 a.m.
Yeah, you
local
couldn't on
police
the article though.
where it then took a northwesterly direction, and was then spotted by an officer of the Dupont Police Department at 5:03 a.m.
I
where
can
he
scroll up,
observed the object
but I'm
turn
trying to
back
avoid
the
copyright
east.
claim. I'm trying to clip it a wee bit, rather than using the filter thing that we got. US copyright law. There you go.
This is St. Clair County, Illinois, a conservative farming community. People here are hard-working, religious, and private. The notion that the witnesses of this UFO would fabricate a hoax or even misidentify a commonly known aircraft is not even worth considering. There is no doubt that the witnesses of this UFO saw a triangular-shaped aircraft, approximately a football field in length, and it moved in total silence. On 2 occasions, it achieved a rate of speed which left the witnesses dumbfounded and unable to understand how a massive object could relocate itself miles away in a matter of seconds.
Maybe 2 to 3 seconds tops. 2 to 3 seconds tops. Because in the case I was outside, I was watching, then I reached in to get the mic, again to let CENTCOM know because our portables aren't that reliable. And when I got back up to tell them, I looked and it was already over Shiloh, and that's about 6 to 7 miles away, which again was approximately 1.5 to 2 miles north of Scott Air Force Base.
Makes you wonder why they'd be flying around at that time in the
I
morning.
didn't have the radio going or nothing like that. And the thing, it was just like a slow moving when I saw it. And I was only at the time going probably about 20 miles an hour or so in my car. And as I pulled over to get out of my car, it was like just within the snap of the finger, it was way down the other side of town. And I just stood there and looked at myself, and I'm like, okay, it was just here, and now it's way down there. How did it do that? And it was amazing. And there was no sound.
Yeah.
Not a sound at
But
all.
you want to pause
None
that?
whatsoever.
There was no way to
Trying to, but the CPU's peaking. Yep.
Okay. Well, do you know, this is where I'm starting to think how credible this case is and possibly leading to extraterrestrial, because he's not sure if it travelled there that quick or it actually jumped. If you listen to him closely, that's what he's saying. It was there, then it was there. It was miles away. I did this. This is some kind of different technology for me. As far as I'm concerned, I just don't believe that we've got this technology. If they're hiding it from us, I don't really know. This is 2000. It's 2020 now. It should have all come to light. We still can't break the atmosphere without a dumb old chemical firework. I think this could well be. I think this honestly could well be something else these people witnessed. You know.
Well, it can only be two things. It can be,
can
be Black Ops or it can be Alien. That's only things it can really be.
If it's Black Ops, they didn't really make a very good job of making it too shady.
The question is, why would the aliens be flying around at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Well, do you want to think in human terms about it, or do you want to think in their terms?
Yeah, but what's the point of flying over a city at night time? You can't see much of the tourists.
Well, how do you know? How do you know what they can see? How do you know what technology they've got? Maybe they can see just what they want.
Yeah, I don't know. Unless they're flying around and picking up UFOs, but there was no other UFOs approaching it, though, was it? Like a mothership, you know?
Yeah, but listen, there's more things in heaven and earth ratio than there ever will be in your philosophy. We just don't know. I think we could be like fish,
exactly,
like
we don't
goldfish
know.
in a fishbowl. Yeah, we could be like goldfish in a fishbowl, looking out, trying to understand human civilization. So I think trying to, get a head around there. Okay, we've got to try. I guess we've got to try, but it's not easy, is it? We could be dealing with a civilization that's maybe a million years more advanced, or maybe even more. Who said what?
Oh my God, Paul did not say that. Not too sure what Susan means. Paul changed the pitch of the voice, so that's why it's different. Yeah, I changed it so we can fool their stupid detector system. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
But I honestly don't really think that they care that their stuff is lit up or what have you. But I'm really fed up with this black budget stuff now. I honestly am. Because
there's only one way to solve it is release or make it open the books. That's the only one to solve it. Say it's not us.
Like Blackbird and
well, Trump knows. Trump knows. He might tell us.
I'm not sure. Oh, come on. He's not going to tell you much. No president has ever told us anything all about UFO fronts.
Well, it would be good to know what's going on. If the world wasn't so busy attacking each other, we would have an open society of what's going on.
Well, I mean, it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult for a government to tell you about something they don't fully understand themselves, and turn around and say, "Listen, if this thing decides to get hostile, there's nothing we can do about it."
Yeah, but if the world wasn't so at each other, it's humans that's a problem. Then there wouldn't be like, we've got to keep our weapons secret so the other people don't find out and use it against us scenario. That's the whole problem is humans
come on,
and belief systems and attacking each other.
Sure. Okay, you talk about society and that's another thing, but if you look at black projects over the years, they all come out generally within 10 years, don't they? I mean, was it Gadry Powers, the U2 spy
I don't know
plane?
about
It came down. They
that.
shot it down over Russia, didn't they? So
I
that
think
was
that was.
blown in no time.
Hmm.
In the 60s.
I think the B2 was 15 or something like that, 17 years.
So these triangles, I'm really struggling, Paul, that they're black budget. It should be out in the open by now because they've been seen at Hudson Valley since the 80s. It's
I don't know.
2020 now. It's nearly 40 years on. Why hold on to it? Why not use it? If you've got something that advanced that can jump that quickly, yeah,
I think
right
because
over your head,
it's
miles away in a second. Why are you gonna? It should be game over. You rule the world now. You've got this technology that can just that leaves jet planes looking like a piece of shit. Come on, let's face it, yeah. Well, it's fossil fuels and oh good God, man, they can't even turn tight.
I don't think the Americans want to own the world, though. That's the thing. Maybe the other countries do. I don't think America wants to.
Does.
No one wants to take over. They only want access to the resources, share the resources. Okay. That's the only time that they want to take over the world is to get access to the resources.
Okay, you look at the last wars in Iraq. There was nothing.
But if you
like
had that sort of technology and it wasn't using fossil fuels, then you wouldn't need to wouldn't be wanting to access those old resources for oils. So it doesn't make any sense.
Do you know, I think the best thing to do sometimes, is just use Occam's razor and say, this is not ours. It's alien. Don't mention the aliens. I did.
I think it's a bit more complex than that. If they come out now and said it was our technology, people would say, "Why'd you keep it secret for so long?"
Yes, but this is the whole problem, Paul. Yeah,
I know it is.
But listen, there were similar stories to this which you've looked at in the 40s and the 50s. Yeah, so surely that technology would have been out long time ago.
Yeah, but then everybody was saying we got climate change and we've been using fossil fuels for 50 years and you had this technology around all that time and you could have benefited mankind. And then...
So what you're talking about is some great Kuwait civilization then? What is the point of having that?
The government's got egg on its face if it comes clean now. It's got a lot of explaining to do why it wasn't released and all that sort of stuff. It's too complicated. I think they've made it too complicated. The secrecy for too long has made it too complicated if it is ours.
So you're saying that they've got this technology, they've made this huge breakthrough in physics, which should have to have done to produce technology like that. Yeah, and they're just keeping it quiet from us all. And no one's making any money of it. No one's using it.
Well, there's been a lot of inventors and stuff that's sort of been suppressed.
Yeah, well, it's all theoretical. It's all on paper, Paul. It's okay, designing all this advanced stuff on paper. That's no good to anyone, is it?
No, it's not on paper.
Yeah, I'm just going to say flat out, we don't have anything that can do what that guy was describing.
You got E.V. Gray, and his thing disappeared, and you got the guy that created the water motor. What was his name? Stanley or Stan, or whatever his name was.
A water motor? So how does that work?
Purely off a battery and a water, and it created hydrogen.
Yeah. So how do you make a craft out of that?
Well, make a car. But he reckons he was poisoned. Yeah.
Okay, Paul. That's cool.
Stanley Meyer wasn't his name. Cool,
yeah, sure. But it doesn't explain what the witness seen,
But there's a lot of technology that's been suppressed over the years, is what a lot of people are claiming. Which is feasible, because the oil companies don't want it. Oil companies want you to...
Just like the Wilson leak we were putting down earlier, it's a claim. There's nothing more than a claim. And until there's evidence to suggest otherwise, then I suggest we have to dismiss that as well.
Well, it was demonstrated, and then the magic part from the EV grey motor vanished. The so-called spark gap that he invented based on Tesla's research. But anyway, I covered that in my Tesla documentary, which I don't think you've ever watched. But if you did, you'd understand what I was talking about. But we've got Shelley back with us. Managed to get on the tablet.
Yeah, it doesn't cover what we're looking at now, because these things seem to be like there. And that ability to jump like that. I don't know. It's something highly, highly advanced.
It's just your opinion.
It is my opinion. And
I know.
There's absolutely nothing to back up at all that we've got technology like that. So unless you have evidence to show me, that we possess that kind of technology, then I'm calling bullshit on it, because I think it's somebody else's, or should I say, something else's tech.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's only discussion. It's not a fight.
Cat fight. Okay. So we carry on with this then, but we still might have a bit of corruption.
Hell, that should be that low without hearing something, even if they were gliding in.
Corruption.
There would have been noise. I mean, the wind.
I don't know why it does that with the Microsoft one.
Wind from it in. So no,
it doesn't do that with Brave.
So quiet.
I think they've done something wrong with the buffers here for HTML player. Uses a lot more CPU or something. But we've seen that bit already.
Even the treetops didn't even move. I looked and there was nothing.
Let me just free up some CPU
So if
here.
you wouldn't have been looking up, you wouldn't even know it was been going over you. I never shut my patrol car off at any time, but I did exit my vehicle when I took the picture, and I could hear coming from the vehicle.
Need a 128 core laptop.
Almost sound like a low frequency, like a transformer on an electrical pole would make, like a little lower decibel than that. I could hear as it passed. As it went off, I lost the sense of the sound, of course. But
being a military brat for 21 years. And being an aircraft anyways, I can pretty much tell you what kind of plane it is by the engine noise. And then I figured I would call Scott myself and say, hey, look, they got some pilot hot dogging out here, that kind of thing. And there was no noise. None. And when I read reports that the military was saying, well, if it was a B-2 with its flaps down, blah, 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 well, okay, that's fine, but they still make noise. I mean, that's the most, you can't see them on radar, but they make noise. All aircraft that I know of, and again, I don't know of all the R&D aircraft, however, all the ones that I do know of, they make some kind of noise.
The witnesses testified that the UFO was enormous in size, as large or larger than a 747 jetliner, which is 231.9 feet in length. The notion that the UFO was a B-2 bomber, which, although it has a wide wingspan of 172 feet, is only 69 feet long. The B-2 can be ruled out as a possible explanation.
Where I was, it was on a high hilltop, and it was an open field, so there was nothing that could obscure my view. I mean, it was very clear sight. And I could actually tell like some kind of figures on the bottom of it, as in some kind of a style of crafting or steel. Almost like I said, building blocks were put together. It just almost looked like it was put together in pieces.
Transformer.
It wasn't one smooth bottom.
Yeah. Again, do that all the time.
Pipes is when you put your plumbing together.
It's hard to explain. It's like it tried to camouflage itself against the night sky, because you could tell it was black and metallic in color, but you could almost, like it was trying to project
the star field above it on the underside. After subjecting Officer Stevens' photo to computer enhancement, no outline of the
crappy
UFO
photograph.
could be defined. However, when the blurred streaks of light from camera movement are removed, the three brightest lights noted in Officer Stevens' sketch can be discerned in the photo. Only the centered light is skewed due to camera angle, which can be resolved when an illustration is superimposed over the photo.
Here we go.
Both Lebanon Officer Barton and Millstadt Officer Stevens' sketches reveal an array of white light across the rear of the craft. One can theorize that the UFO's light sources are linked to some kind of propulsion technology. The question is, whose technology? The U.S. Air Force isn't claiming it. The UFO came to within 1 mile of Scott Air Force Base, and during the sighting, St. Clair Police Dispatch called Scott Air Traffic Control and asked if Scott could see the UFO. Scott Tower responded that they saw no UFO on their radar. Yet later, Scott personnel told newspaper reporters that they knew nothing about the UFO because their tower and radar were shut down. A very convenient and very unlikely story, especially since a military cargo plane was seen flying over the area only 15 minutes before. So why does the Air Force continue to deny all knowledge of UFO activity?
I think the government's having the same trouble we are. And I think that maybe that's the reason they're not telling us much about it, because they can't explain it. That is one of the reasons, I think, that they may not be telling us. There are others. I think some of the other reasons that the government doesn't tell us is because the world isn't really ready for a complete explanation. Because the complete explanation is going to go email everywhere. And that's going to be a real shock to a lot of people. To their psyche, to their religious belief, to their sense of reality and who they are.
It's demons.
Thanks to the internet, individual civilians and UFO investigative organizations are posting a lot of information on the World Wide Web. One such organization is the National Institute for Discovery Science, or NIDS, based in Las Vegas, Nevada, which investigated the sighting and posted their complete report on the web. NIDS checked into every possible man-made hypothesis for the Illinois UFO. Theories included a so-called stealth blimp, posted on a Popular Mechanics website, and an Arion hybrid inflatable lifting bottom. Neither craft could be confirmed to exist, and they can be ruled out due to their inability to reach the speeds observed by witnesses. Also, such speeds would create G-forces in the tens of hundreds, which would damage both the airframe and the passengers. Because the UFO made little or no sound, we must turn away from conventional prop, jet engine, and rocket propulsion to consider a cutting-edge technology called electric propulsion. Jointly funded by the U.S. Air Force, pioneering EP research and development is underway at universities and aerospace engineering laboratories around the world, in the production and testing of various types of ion and plasma thrusters. Atomic-based propulsion was researched in the United States in the 1950s, but as of the year 2000, the physics involved are still not totally understood or mastered, and the technology is still in its infancy. Leading engineers in the field have stated that the electrical power required to supply an electric propulsion engine capable of accelerating an aircraft the size of the Illinois UFO would approximate the total wattage of the entire United States power grid, or about 2,200 gigawatts. By comparison, a typical nuclear reactor produces at full output about 1 gigawatt of electricity.
Yes, so yeah.
On October 24th, 1998, Deep Space One,
You know,
the
what a
first
big
NASA
noisy
satellite
muppet
utilizing
of the thing.
Sorry?
What a big noisy muppet of a thing that is. That's not going to hover over anyone without making a sound, is it?
Yeah, but if it's a blimp, it doesn't need to have engines. Doesn't have to have engines lifting it up because it's buoyant.
No. Yeah, Paul's answer to every UFO anomaly, it's a stealth blimp. Even though everyone sees it. Jesus, come on, man. It's not a blimp. What they're describing is not a blimp. A blimp cannot go from one spot to 12 miles away in a second. In a blink of an eye, not even a second.
It can if it's like a balloon that you stick a rocket engine on.
It'd destroy the fabric of the thing, and plus, if it had a rocket engine attached to it,
you're thinking like a human.
One hell of a noise. What kind of a noise is that going to make? Is it going to be a silent rocket engine, Paul?
Yeah, it is, because electrical iron engines don't make any sound. They make a buzzing sound, which is what they heard. They heard a buzzing sound, which is electrical. It's
now there we go. And nothing
you
to
ain't,
see
you
here,
ain't got
folks.
a scientific mind. That's the problem there, Robert.
Mate, I've got enough science to know damn well that was no blimp and no rocket engine. More than enough science.
Well, maybe you'll be wrong. You might have to say, yeah, Paul, you're right after all.
Yeah, must be some breakaway civilization, like Dolan said.
Well, we have read that they got hypersonic things. It doesn't mean that there has to be people inside, of course. And we know they can create a bubble
Paul,
in front of... Create a bubble.
Look, the fabrics of the craft have been torn to pieces. The G's involved in a maneuver like that to go.
I don't know. You're making too many assumptions.
No, you're going on the description, and you're also going on radar data over the years that it can jump from 100 miles to 200 miles across that radar in a second. That's impossible. Look at the data from the Nimitz incident. It's impossible. We don't have materials that can withstand those forces, Paul.
Unless you've mistaken. Yes, it wasn't on radar data, was it?
Oh, yeah, of course. It was just, a blip in the radar, yeah. And the witnesses.
Out of Mr. Klass's book, it was atmospheric conversion.
Yeah.
And it was actually planet Venus.
Total nonsense.
Anyway, do we need to do the rest of this? This is actually talking about...
I a little bit better thinking that it's only hours. Don't really
Alcubierre theorized in 1994 that space-time itself could be potentially modified,
no, not
contracting
space-time.
space and time ahead of an object and expanding behind it, creating a warp drive type jump through space. Yet once again, Puthoff, the proponent of the polarizable vacuum theory, said in 1997 at a NASA breakthrough propulsion physics workshop that such effects are beyond technological reach without some unforeseen breakthrough. Even in places like Area 51, it's doubtful that man has achieved that quantum leap. As a final hypothesis, some have suggested the Illinois UFO uses beamed microwave propulsion, magnetoplasma dynamics, and air spike technology. This theory contends that a ship using a helium-oxygen mix for buoyancy could collect beamed microwave energy onto a receiving rectenna from an orbiting satellite. This microwave energy is then converted to electric power, which is divided between superconducting electromagnets and the propulsion system. Propulsion would be supplied by ion engines and a newer concept called pulsed detonation propulsion. Here, the rectenna would focus microwaves to a detonation area where atmospheric air is superheated to explode, creating plasma as thrust. Also, part of the microwave energy would be redirected forward of the craft, creating a superheated bubble of air or an air spike, which would deflect the shockwave.
See, you gotta listen to Paul.
Thus, the craft would appear to maintain hydrogen acceleration.
They said everything I just said, but you were arguing. But anyway.
No, I'll tell you exactly what Alberto said about that. Yeah? He said there's a missing link. There's something we don't understand. There's a missing piece of it. We can't make it work. And even if we did find that missing link, shut up and let me talk now. Even if we did find that missing piece in the puzzle, we aren't capable of building the materials to make a craft like that. Yeah, plus it would need so much energy, as much energy than a nuclear power plant can produce in a day in one small craft like that. He said it's theoretical, it sounds good, but we're way off the mark. We're nowhere near. So if you want to listen to Put-Off, he's got plenty of stuff out there that tells you.
He's a knowing crackpot. The guy's a knowing crackpot, and he believes in space time. And if you believe in space time, you believe in time travel, and none of that's possible.
He's a bit smart, though, Paul.
No, he's not. He's a Scientologist. He only appears to be smart. Because someone's got a PhD doesn't mean...
Oh.
Because I ain't got a PhD, as same as him, doesn't mean I'm not smart. It's just that I don't believe in this Einstein being correct. But the space... You know, no, but if you get rid of the atmosphere, you got no sonic boom, and if you got, you know... You got no air compression, it's not going to rupture the frame of the craft. And yet people believe in that idiot David Adair's story of a rocket that can do 100 Gs and turn and not snap in half, right? So
well, we can agree on that one at least. That guy is an idiot.
Not everyone believes that, though. They believe his story, hook, line, and sinker. Even Earl Grey believes it. Yeah, like he walks up to a UFO in a hangar and looks inside and says, "Oh, it's using the same sort of fusion motor that I built." Yeah, right. If you can just do that by looking through a hole, and then he changes his story over the years. Yeah, no. So we got to the end of that one anyway.
Yeah.
But I was actually trying to look at that photograph myself. I can't see it here, though.
But Ken, actually, the way they lined that photo up.
Oh, here we go.
It was kind of, I don't know. Yeah, I tend to agree with Ken on that one.
What they do?
I don't. To me, what it looks like, it could be the back of the craft as it was leaving when he's taken, because that's kind of. But geez, man, it's just too, it's too blurry and out of focus to do anything with, isn't it?
Kind of looks like plain lights, if you ask me. Was that it there? It's sort of out of shape there.
Well, no, if it was a plane there, Paul, he'd have known that, wouldn't he? Come on, man, you're stupid.
It's not the same as this photograph here. What do we got? Let's save it and let's have a look. Is that the only one we got? Save image.
Yeah, there's been a lot of work done on this, Paul, and nobody's come up with anything much. So, you're just flogging a dead horse, to be honest,
So it looks like it's doubled over because he's moved it at the last minute. So that light must come down here. That one down there, that one down there. But there are these other little lights here. I've been given a sandwich, by the way.
Oh, no, you're not going to start munching away and alive again.
Well, unless you want to talk. Well, I hate sandwiches.
Talking with that picture up, can I?
We have to play the next case, but yeah, Ben Hansen, I was going to try and find what he was talking about triangle craft, because it's really good information that he gave about spotting them. And I just wonder why he hasn't done a show on it. Let's see if this works. Pump up the CPU. And I got that niggle in the throat again. I should get a drink, shouldn't I? Okay, so what can we see in the background? So if they were seeing a ship, why can't we see it in the Polaroid? Is the question.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it was hastily taken. Oh, Jesus. And it was dark. It's not the best conditions, is it?
Yeah, I need to get a drink.
But, I mean, he's clearly not trying to hoax something, for God's sakes. I think he was going to hoax something, they'll come out with something better than that. And, you know, unfortunately, two of those 4 police officers are dead now. And one of them died in his early 30s, I believe, with cancer. It's a tremendous shame. I mean, not just for the case, for him and his family, etc. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then everyone's passed away as well.
And what's that down there? Looks kind of like trees, maybe.
But there was more witnesses than just the 5 that actually came forward. You know.
Could they be stars in the background?
I really no idea, Paul. I can't make heads nor tails out of that. That's your thing.
Well, he's got a double smear image here. You'd expect everything to be doubled up, though, wouldn't you? That could be like the tree line. But we're not seeing any sort of ship pop out in that lot there. There's definitely something happening down here. It's a bit of shame that you can't just see a triangle craft, really. With all those lights on it, you'd think it illuminates some of the shape of the craft, wouldn't you? But yeah, there's just nothing there. It's the same blackness as the night sky. That's all you can say. But anyway, it's as good as we get for Spud Cam UFO footage, isn't it? Yeah, well, that worked alright. Yeah, was looking for Ben Hansen. Shows Ben Hansen interview podcast. It wasn't a YouTube thing come up. It's really annoying.
I don't know what you're looking for. If you tell me what you're looking for.
Could that be it? Oh, that's the old one. Martin Willis show. Podcast UFO, that's it, isn't it? That's a playlist. Is that the right one? No, someone's created a playlist with it. Damn stupid people. By Martin Willis. You'd think you better find it just by searching, but this is how useless UFO channels are hidden. That's got to be him. He's got 12,000 subscribers. How long has he been going for? He's been pretty constant.
Yeah.
He's been going since 2012, so he's been doing it another 4 years, and he's got 12,000 subs. That's pretty low, really, compared to all the other crap that's out there. His content's far superior than most people's.
Yeah, I totally agreed on that one. Yeah, he has good guests as well. And Martin's becoming more knowledgeable as he goes along, you know.
Mm.
I mean, when he first started out, he was a little bit naive to the history of the topic, and even a couple of years ago, he didn't even know about the Leveland case, which is one of the epic cases in ufology.
Where is he?
I think we're just wasting time now, Paul. And I don't really know why you want to bring that up. You're not even telling me why you want to bring it up.
Because he talks about filming triangle UFOs. But I don't think I spelled his name right there.
Well, I don't think anyone started with JH for a start.
I can't see that 2-point font. I was trying to search his videos here so it comes up, but is that the one there? That's too old. Where's the new one? Could be that one. Let's have a look.
And it hits me, oh my gosh, this is that triangle.
It's actually quite a good interview, actually.
Mesa Verde Park, and then at Montezuma.
No, we don't want him.
Would mean this must be something that really is stressful, because these signs are what we call leaking out. These emotions, the incongruencies are leaking through despite his attempts to control them. Or we could say, oh, he's just messing with us. I mean, he's so good at this. He's just, and my experience with interviewing people, though, however, is that most people are not good liars. They're just not. Even at your attempts to try and control something, if you know the person, they usually come off kind of contrived.
Mm-hmm. Now, is Clinton, you mentioned that you thought maybe he's just touched a little bit because of his age. How old is Clinton?
Oh, you've got me there.
Okay, he's talking about the body language of Clinton there. Okay, triangles. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Where he's talking about it.
You'll never find it without spotting, Paul.
I knew you were going to say that. Triangle. Get out of there. I've got 7. Let's just see what it says here. Triangle. Keep going. Triangle side of triangle turning. We filmed a triangle that seems to be kind of turning. Hang on, it might be there. So let's just cue it there and have a listen.
Okay.
Did a story on a military guy who's out in North Carolina who filmed a triangle that seems to be kind of turning. We're trying to decide if that triangle was turning or if it was just his camera position. But the reason it's important is because it's a pretty quick turn and it's silent. So he may have captured one of these silent triangles. And on our Show Factor Faked, we reviewed another night vision video that was similar, that is debatable whether it was people hang gliding at night. So the tricky thing is having this with you, because most of these sightings only last a couple seconds. So you really have to be out there looking for it or have this thing ready to go, because the things I've seen are over within 4 seconds.
Wow. You want to talk about a couple of ones you've seen? Was that
sure.
The triangle? Was that one you saw?
I have seen a triangle in Huntington Beach, California, just a few years ago, and it was spectacular. It was everything that people talk about. It was the strangest thing, again, is people explain, it was completely silent. It was about 1,000 feet over my head. My now wife also witnessed it with me. We were jogging on a track at night at the high school, and I had stopped just to stretch, was looking up at the sky. It had 3 lights on each point, and the inner part in the middle was either painted the same color as the sky above, or it had some type of technology that allowed it to be transparent.
Sounds
because
like
I could see a
that
defined
case we just
edge.
listened to.
But just like people say, it was literally transparent, in the middle. So
hear this all the time. I mean, that seems to be a reoccurring thing. I mean, there was even in the Phoenix Lights when it went over between the 2 peaks, there was a similar description. If I'm correct.
No, that's very true. The people theorizing on the propulsion system talk about light being bent around it, maybe because the propulsion bends the light, or maybe it's just an intentional something rather. But my question again is if this is military, why would they be flying it over a very populated area like this if they want to keep it a secret? It was cruising fast. And I've had 2 other experiences. My first one was in the Caribbean. I saw one of these satellite type objects, and it was in a straight line until it started doing S-turns in the sky. So you consider that the G-forces at play there, not conventional at all.
I had a show producer on, and also some of that writes for Larry David and all that. And he wrote. He had a movie called Trekkies, and so I had him on. He's a skeptic basically, and he said every single triangle that they see out there, people see out there, is something secretive military. He said that is the answer 100%. Boy, I got a lot of email after that.
Well, that's great. It's great to have an opinion, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you take a look at the military mindset and how they strived so hard to keep Area 51 a secret, because they have this huge expanse of land, and now we've got, dubbed Area 52 in Dugway, Utah, and these places that lots of space you can go fly your planes and keep them a secret, at least from the public, maybe not from foreign satellites, but it kind of defeats the purpose. If you're going to fly these over downtown Phoenix, over Bulgaria, over the Hudson Valley, over Illinois, Belgium, it's not really a secret anymore, is it? If that's what you decide to do with it.
Exactly. I think I brought up something like that to him, and of course he has some type of answer. Ben, I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Sounds like me,
if we
eh?
could squeeze a couple more minutes out of you. We're coming up on the top of the hour because there's just a couple more.
Hey, I don't think
I don't know what
the episode.
Hold on.
That was
what part sounds like you?
his other guest that he was talking about had an answer.
No, he sounds a lot more like me. He's just using common sense and logic there. Why the hell fly it over populated areas? You just wouldn't do
you're
it.
talking about Ben Hansen. Martin was talking about the other guest on. But anyway, that wasn't the episode, by the way, but that was quite a good listen. I haven't heard that one before. He did another one on his latest paranormal show. And he talks about picking them up on camera. You can set your camera up. And you think you better find it. I think it was only last year. Just shows how much he's got in his videos there now. So why all these ones coming up when I've asked for the exact name for the interview? And it's coming up with other ones that haven't even got Ben Hansen in it. Maybe I could just go through the list. Alright, let's do it manually. Last year, I think it was.
Still don't know what you're looking for, though. At what point you're trying to make?
He was talking about how you can catch them if you want to set up your right camera. Obviously, you didn't listen to it.
I may have listened to it.
There's UFO Joe there. We were talking about him before with the camera. What is he, a filmmaker or a hired cameraman or something, isn't he?
I don't know. I just. I just don't like the fact that he's backing Dolan up with the Wilson leak, and I've never heard any really good substantial stuff come from him so far, and I don't follow him, to be honest. So I can't criticize too much.
I'm surprised I can't see it. Should be around about here now. No, it's after here. Ben, where are you? Oh, it's here somewhere. Of course, we don't have Google's deleted it for some reason. Now, he's talking about triangles there, isn't he? Who's that? Terry. Devil's Den Park. There's our favourite person. Chase.
Who's that?
Chase, you should know Chase. From MUFON.
Oh, Chase Klotsky.
Why can't I see the episode? This is annoying. This always happens when you want to look for something and you just can't spot it. Could have been here by now. It was a good thing. He was talking about the camera and how you can film pretty much every night. The triangles flying across. Might have to move on, I guess. And if I find it another time. But yeah, I didn't see his picture there in the last 2 years anyway. Let's try paranormal. Because he's big into paranormal now. I think he was the first guest on, so normally you don't often get a picture, I suppose, for the first guest. And then they had the main guest on, right? So
I don't know. I feel like we've lost an hour here, Paul, and we've done absolutely nothing with that hour.
Oh, well, you're always bitching, aren't you? Okay, let's move
Well,
on
you seem
then.
to think this
Well,
is
you got your link ready?
back,
Have you got your link ready for the next one?
Well, I didn't think it was ever going to come to that, to be honest, while you were looking at stuff.
Right.
I'd say I'm going to skip a case now. I'm going to go straight to 8611.
No, don't stick the case. Stick with the next one, the Cigar UFO, because it carries
it's
on.
okay. We can do the next one if we have time.
The height one could be left to next week. It's not important.
No, I'd rather do this now.
Because we covered it before.
I don't care. I want to do it again. A lot of new people now we didn't have before.
Yeah.
This is a damn good case.
Yeah, what's something else to find it
It's
offline
bizarre.
sometime. Well. So where are we heading to? Russia, isn't it?
Yeah, it's down the Gorsk.
Yeah, where do you want to start? Reading it? Because
Sure.
we have done this before. Have we got a
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Where's the readout thing? Puts it in a different order every time.
The small mining town of Dalnogorsk in the Primorsky Krai region of southeastern Russia, bordered by China, North Korea, and the Sea of Japan, resides in a serene and picturesque valley within equally picturesque hills and woodland near the Rudnaya River. However, in late January 1986 that serenity was broken by an apparent UFO crash. And then, the intense rush of media attention on the area that would follow. Hundreds of people would witness the events. And aside from the media interest, many Soviet UFO researchers would risk sending private accounts of the incident to like-minded researchers on the other side of the political divide and through the Iron Curtain. So significant are the events that many refer to them as the Roswell incident of the Soviet Union. And what's more, like such similar incidents around the world as the Roswell crash or the Rendlesham Forest incident, they remain, by and large, unexplained.
Oops, what's happened?
Impact and powerful explosion on Izvestkovaya mountain. At around 7:55 p.m. on the January 29, 1986, a bright reddish sphere appeared in the cold winter sky over Dalnogorsk. It would move with great speed, but made no sound whatsoever. Multiple residents of the small town witnessed the object seemingly flying parallel to the ground. It was a near-perfect round shape and apparently of a metal exterior the color of burning stainless steel. Yevgeny Serabov, a young boy at the time of the incident, would state that the object had neither tail nor trail behind it. The idea then that it might have been a meteor, if Serabov's description is accurate, he is now an accomplished scientist, is unlikely. This, incidentally, was confirmed by Soviet scientists who would arrive in the area in the aftermath of the incident. Suddenly, the strange aerial craft began to stutter and jerk slightly. It would then fall down like a rock, eventually crashing into the Izvestkovaya mountain, otherwise referred to as Height 611, in reference to its size. Most of the witnesses would describe the sound of the impact as a muted thump before the ruins would burn intensely for around an hour. Some estimates suggest the duration to be shorter. What most did agree on, however, was the fire was of an electrical nature. The editor of the local Trudovoy Slovo newspaper, V. Korotko, would state that after a short, but powerful explosion he could see large reddish-white flames. He would state that the fire, although powerful, would only burn for several minutes. It is perhaps worth noting that some witnesses would report that the actual ground around the object began to burn. This might be the reason for the discrepancy in how long the object burned and how long the flames themselves were visible. Recovered fragments. Investigation and the recovery of strange fragments and materials.
Ends there because I can't see it. You see, that's fine. Stop it there. Thanks. Now, this is of interest to me. It always has been, because what they described was an electrical fire. Well, that's not a fire as such, is it? And when I had my own sighting, and this thing was steaming across the water, just slightly above the water, And then it kind of slowed down ever so smoothly, and it stopped just on the outside of the cove, and it hovered for maybe a second, and then there was like an electrical discharge. It was almost like I don't know if anyone's been stupid enough like me to leave foil on top of your plate and then try
No
and
one can
reheat
be as
it.
stupid as you.
No one can be as stupid as me. Yeah. And you turn the microwave on, it's got foil inside, and all of a sudden you've got this like a little electrical storm going on in your microwave. Well, that's the best way I can describe it. Maybe another way to describe it is if you turned off all the lights in your house and it was pitch dark and you had the sparkler going, you waved it up and down rapidly in front of someone's face. It was that kind of effect, you know?
Yeah.
Very interesting. It doesn't sound like it burst into flames to me. And I'm not sure that it crashed at all. But it did appear, at least to the witnesses, that it was in some kind of trouble. And we carry on with that, Paul. I need to mute and just pop to the toilet. I won't be a second.
So what else is new?
Materials. Dr. Valery Dvizilny, who was the head of the Far Eastern Committee for Anomalous Phenomena, was the first to lead an investigation into the incident during the opening days of February. However, before he arrived, a small group of locals, a mixture of children and adults, had ventured out to the site for themselves. They would discover a burnt-out tree stump and several indentions in the ground, presumably where the sphere had impacted. They didn't find any large pieces of debris as they were expecting. Like they would, for example, if it was a conventional plane crash. However, they would discover and collect several rock fragments with a strange metallic tint. They would pass their findings along to Dvizilny, who would immediately think to himself how these samples had the appearance of soft metal. He would perform brief examinations of them, subjecting them to a variety of acids. None would have any effect. When he arrived at the site for himself,
Apparently
he would
George
find that
Knapp's
the
got the
entire
fragments
ground
now.
and surrounding vegetation was entirely burned away. What's more, this burnt land was so definitely defined that it appeared to be a different part of land entirely. The snow surrounding the scorched section was still thick and in place, for example. Careful investigation of the ruined land would uncover around 30 strange droplets of a dark color and unknown origin. Most of these were less than 2 millimeters, however several were as large as 5 millimeters. When analyzed, they were found to contain compounds of nickel, chromium, and aluminum. Furthermore, only a diamond blade saw could penetrate their exterior. They would further discover that the metals were amorphous. This would suggest their origin was likely a laboratory setting, and not naturally occurring. Futuristic inner treads and structures of intelligent design? Upon further and more detailed study, the droplets would reveal some outstanding, almost futuristic properties. For example, tiny threads were found to be made of inner fibers which had a plate-like appearance. Furthermore, intertwined within these already complex fibers were thin gold wires. Further still, the overall gold content would boast over 1,000 grams per ton. When we consider that our own industrial use of gold requires only 4 grams per ton, it is easy to understand just how futuristic and strong this material is. Around these super gold lines were also quartz crystal cords. Even stranger, and perhaps in a similar way to some of the bizarre theories scientists are working with today, that suggest reality doesn't actually exist unless we view it, when investigators would straighten these lines out to view their structure further, they would jump from view and disappear. Not only that, but once straightened out like this, they could no longer be found. Alexei Kulikov, a carbon expert at the Far Eastern branch of Russian Academy of Sciences, would state that some of these strange samples appeared to be glass carbon. However, how they came into being would be impossible to say. Their structures did, though, suggest a very purposeful design, which would require super high temperatures for their creation. In short, they would appear to be of intelligent creation. The short video below goes over the basics of the incident. It also looks specifically at some of the fragments recovered. Crash site remains active 4 years after. Further investigation at the site itself would also declare some interesting findings. For example, the burnt tree stump was particularly intriguing. One side of it had a bizarre shiny appearance as if it had some kind of seal on it. Testing would reveal it was in fact melted. When wood burns, pure carbon is the result. And for carbon to melt as the tree's appearance suggested had happened, the temperature would have to be in excess of 3,000 degrees Celsius. This polished appearance would surface in other places around the crash site also. According to locals and the persistent research of investigators, the area would remain active for several years following the incident. No vegetation would grow within the area, and no animals, insects, or birds would venture there. The interested locals or over-enthusiastic researchers, who did take the risk of a visit, would often become very sick in the days following. Furthermore, electronic equipment would rarely work within this bizarre zone. That something came down on the mountainside that cold January night is not in doubt. What it was and why there was no wreckage of any kind aside from the fragments already mentioned, however, is the real question. Vizilny would theorize that the craft, which indeed had crashed, was not engulfed by the flames. Remember, the flames around the craft may only have burned for several minutes. The burning, which remember was of an electrical nature according to most witnesses, was repairs being carried out by whatever crew were on board. This, according to the theory, explains the extremely high temperatures in only very specific places. This would also explain the lack of wreckage. At some point in the hours following the crash, the object discreetly continued on its way.
Do you know that someone downvoted this video with 9 dislikes?
Oh my God! Yeah, well, I don't know how many enemies you've made in midweek, by the way, but yeah.
Well, my stream yesterday is actually up to 16 likes and 1 dislike, so I haven't made any enemies, I don't think. But I'm not sure what's going on
I guess
today.
the dislikes are my fault, are they?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just telling you.
No, there we go. But listen, okay, the thing is, I don't think it crashed at all. It sounds like whatever it was, whether it was man-made or not, was in some kind of distress, and it almost sounds like it repaired itself and moved on under the cover of darkness. Paul, what are you doing now?
I just found the episode here for where Ben talks about the triangle. But yeah, carry on.
Okay, leave that on the side chat for people to watch later, yeah?
We'll watch it after you finish with this one. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
What do you want to do now? Carry on?
Well, let's just move on with it, yes.
Way. A geological break attracting space visitors? Just over a week after the apparent crash, on the evening of the February 8th, at a little after 8 p.m. came reports of sightings of 2 yellowish spheres. They would approach the small mining village, and would appear to circle over the crash site several times. They then simply turned back in the direction they arrived from and disappeared. An even stranger incident occurred late in the evening of November 28, 1987, when just before 11:30 p.m. over 30 objects appeared in the sky. Witnesses, of which there were again numerous, would recall how the objects seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The objects would appear to disperse to different areas of the village, seemingly surveying them. 5 of them would perform this surveillance over the crash site. Each of the objects glowed and moved absolutely silently through the freezing night sky. Townsfolk initially thought the objects were military jets. However, their lack of noise combined with the interference on television and radio receptions would make them reassess their initial thoughts. Is there something special about this area of Russia? Vizilny would theorize that perhaps these apparent space visitors use such geological fissures on the planet as a form of orientation. The area of the crash, for example, resides over a substantial geological break. Not only this, powerful electromagnet and gravitational energy is present there. As much as these areas may be used for guidance, they may also cause crashes of these objects. Vizilny claims to have pinpointed several areas of interest within Russia. These areas contain similar geological breaks and have more than their fair share of UFO sightings. The video below looks at this intriguing case a little further. Disclaimer.
That's it. So George and Knapp actually got the particles from that site.
Yes, he did. And this is why I wanted to do a revisit on this case, because it appears, according to a few sources, that, you know, these metamaterials that to the Stars Academy are about to look at, George Knapp had the quantity of them. Now, I cannot believe for 1 second if George Knapp had them with his association with TTSA, that they wouldn't have been passed on at some stage. But anyway, let's finish the case first and we'll talk about that at the end.
Oh, it's finished reading.
Yeah, sure. Are you sure you got to the bottom of the page here, Paul?
It said disclaimer.
Okay, no problem. Right there, let me get to the next bit then. But it's an interesting case, isn't it? You have to admit that, because you've actually got some trace evidence as well. And for the Russians to pass it on to the Western world, that's quite unusual for them to share what they've got. So they must have thought it was of some kind of scientific significance, if you like, to go looking for other people's opinions. I mean, no one's proved it was alien at this stage, but it does seem, at worst, extremely unusual. Okay, there's the next link for you there, Paul. And because there's that bit where the object was trying to take off, but it couldn't take off. Made 6 attempts. It's one of the you know, when it comes to UFO crashes, I don't attach much significance to many of them. I mean, Roswell is a good one. I think the Virginia incident in 1996 is another good one, and I really quite like this one. The rest of them, I tend to see as nonsense.
Lee Spiegel. Is that the right one? It's talking about Roswell debris here.
That's right, yeah. And this is where some of the debris is.
Oh, I had it selected there and a stupid pop-up took it away again.
When the Area 51 exhibit officially opens today at the National Atomic Testing Museum in Las Vegas, visitors will see something that may startle them. A display titled Authentic Alien Artifact. See photo above. Area 51, myth or reality, presents the historical records of what's been considered the most secret place in America. Spy planes, like the U-2 and A-12, were routinely tested at this abandoned bombing range 80 miles north of Las Vegas during the 1950s and 60s. Models of these and other stealth aircraft are now on display at the museum. The exhibit also scrutinizes ongoing speculation that the military was testing captured alien spacecraft at Area 51 and examining the remains of extraterrestrials that had reportedly crashed outside of Roswell, NM, in 1947. The Area 51 presentation isn't limited to examining American UFO sites. Under a clear display cover where the Authentic Alien Artifact sign is housed are a variety of objects, including vials containing small pieces of material. These come from an alleged UFO crash in Russia. The use of the word authentic is a pretty bold assertion, considering the exhibit, the first of its kind in a national museum, is in a museum associated with the Smithsonian Institution. These so-called alien artifacts come from an incident known as the Russian Roswell. On January 29, 1986, an unusual-looking reddish sphere streaked across
Don't
the
need to
sky
go into
over the
that
Soviet
again.
Union mining town of Dalnogorsk and crashed into Mount Izvestkovaya, also referred to as
It's
Height
not that
6.
long.
Valery Dvizolini of the Academy of Sciences was first to arrive on the scene to watch Klaus TV report on the new Area 51 exhibit. Samples were later analyzed by several Russian scientific institutes. In the days after the crash, hundreds of witnesses saw other UFO-type craft flying in and around Height 611, as if searching for the crash site, Knapp told the Huffington Post.
So where's the videos?
Through his efforts and contacts between the United States and Russia, Knapp, the recipient of more than a dozen Emmy Awards, was the first American journalist to travel to the UFO crash site in the 1990s. Knapp, pictured below right, was given samples of the debris, including very small, perfectly round and glassy spheres, which had also been found at other crash sites. Those materials are being unveiled by the National Atomic Testing Museum. According to the exhibit's description,
Paul, stop it. Yeah, you say where are the videos? Listen, Paul, you only have to look at the location. These people were peasants. You know, they were working off the land. They didn't have high quality video recorders, Paul.
It would have had cameras, come on.
So what you're saying, all the witnesses are lying, it didn't happen?
No,
The materials are there.
Hundreds of UFOs sighted looking for the crash site. You think someone would get a photograph of some of these? Or UFO investigators from Russia would go there to see if they could document it.
Look, it's a much better case than most. At least you've got something to play with. So now let's just suggest, looking at Reddit, it appears now that TTSA, there's a lot of speculation, I know. The TTSA do have these materials, and it's going to come up in their next series unidentified, and we won't have to wait long for that. And hold on, I've got a few things on that, and hopefully it won't take me as long to find it.
You want me to
Here we
carry
go.
on with this?
You see, no, not yet, Paul. Please, you've taken a long time to find stuff, and I found mine straight away. Okay, so season 2 is coming up, on July the 11th, 2020. Okay, and they've only got 3 episodes listed so far. So the first one, July the 11th, and they're going to run it on a Saturday. And the first one is called UFOs in Combat. Okay, so nothing about metamaterials in that one. And then the second one, obviously 1 week later, July 18th, is the Triangle Mystery. But you see in the first one, UFOs in Combat, you can kind of see there, just by the title, they're pushing that threat narrative again, aren't they? And the second one, Triangle Mystery, and then the third one, UFOs versus nukes.
I'm just wondering what footage they got for the UFO battle. I hope it's not that reflection on the car window.
Paul, I haven't got a clue. I don't think anybody has any much insight into this. They've kept it under wraps. I know Tom DeLong has been making a few noises on Twitter, saying that it's going to be fantastico, and that, you know, as he does.
It's going to be laughable myself, but anyway.
Well, who knows? But we've got to watch it because that's our job. So yeah, the third one, UFOs and nukes, and the others aren't listed as yet. There's a UFOs and nukes. That's pushing the same narrative again, isn't it? It's like they've been pushing that narrative from day one. To be honest, UFOs, bad UFOs, evil aliens. I don't know what the game is there. I don't know. We'll see, because even in series 1 they've done the atomic connection in episode 5 of 6, didn't they? And so obviously they've got more information on this now, and we'll just have to see how it goes. I'm just hoping it's not completely embarrassing. So when are they going to get onto these metamaterials? And we know they've got this contract with the army, don't we? And this is my deepest fear. If they do find anything of significance, and if it's useful to defence, then it's going to be classified, and we as the public are just not going to find out about it. I just can't see anything good coming of this. I hate to be negative. I understand TTSA have brought us a lot closer. I mean, going back to 2016, there was nothing going on in the UFO world that was really worth listening to. We were making no progress whatsoever. And TTSA came along, and then all of a sudden the press are taking it seriously, only because it came from people from the intelligence side of things, and people like Chris Mellon, who's a billionaire. And when he talks, people sit back and listen, don't they? When it's some UFO researcher, then they're just it's just a UFO, another UFO kook. But these guys came along, and they were taken seriously. So you can quite understand why there's a lot of UFO researchers despise TTSA, because they've been saying the same thing as TTSA have been saying for years and decades. So it's understandable, where their frustration came from, and why. I mean, any question now about TTSA is kind of a loaded question, isn't it? But don't knock them, because at the end of the day, they've achieved more in a short time than any UFO group has ever achieved. I mean, look, from December 2017 to now, there's all kinds of things happening now. I mean, from that thing I brought up today about that bill that's being passed through Senate for a new, UFO transparency and a new UFO program, and they want a status report and all that kind of thing. And that broke in, if anyone's joining new, that broke in Politico. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday of this week. And the senator involved was Marco Rubio. Senator for Florida.
I think it's got pretty much delayed because of the C-19 business and
yes, it has. I think the filming was done going crazy a little bit before that, but I'm not 100% sure. But so I don't know. We'll just have to see where this leads. But I was kind of disappointed. I thought they might get onto these metamaterials quite early in the show, but it seems like they're just going back, looking at this now. I'll just
seems to me that there was nothing there. That's why they skipped past it.
Yeah, well, maybe the testing isn't complete, but I mean, are they going to leave it for a third series, and we're going to wait another 12 months or so? I just don't know, because the TTSA aren't sharing anymore that much with UFO researchers. They may be quietly with some, but I don't know how many are trusted. But there we go. There's episode 1, UFOs in Combat. Episode 2, the Triangle Mystery. And episode 3, UFO and Nukes. There's going to be at least another 6 or maybe more. I don't know. But there we go. Starting date for the new Unidentified Season 2 is July the 11th. And it's going to be a Saturday night.
Okay. So it'll be when we're doing our live stream then. Conflict. Well, conflict from my show anyway.
Well, I don't know. It's going to be earlier. Yeah.
I don't know. So you want to carry on here? Got a movie?
Yeah, you might as well finish this off. Yeah.
Description: Scientific tests on the UFO materials revealed bizarre behavior. 3 Soviet academic centers and 11 research institutes analyzed the objects from this UFO crash. The distance between atoms is different from ordinary iron. Radar cannot be reflected from the material. elements in the material may disappear, and new ones appear after heating. One piece disappeared completely in front of 4 witnesses. The core of the material is composed of a substance with anti-gravitational properties. I don't think the Russian scientists ever said it was out of this world, but it had unusual properties. Some of the stuff went to academies, and it never came back, Knapp added. With the opening of the Area 51 exhibit, which reveals the secret work that went on there in the development of military stealth technology, is there also the implication or suggestion that the government is ready to acknowledge that some UFOs may have a truly out-of-this-world origin? The overall Smithsonian mission includes shaping the future by preserving our heritage, discovering new knowledge, and sharing our resources with the world. Now it appears that statement includes possible debris from a crashed UFO. Maybe this Area 51 authentic alien artifact display is another step forward on the road to ET disclosure.
That's it, Paul.
It is. What's interesting there about this, the gap between the atoms. The gap between the atoms doesn't allow the radio microwaves to bounce off the atoms, and it passes through the atoms. Essentially absorbing the radar rather than bouncing it back, which is what they were saying there. Unusual properties. But that doesn't discount it being some black ops metamaterial.
No, it doesn't. No, Paul, I totally agree, yeah. But it's certainly extremely strange that the way it kept out of sight there. Well, as best it could. Of course, it was seen, but it left under the cover of darkness as well.
It had a certain name.
What they described as an electrical interference.
It had a certain name for one of the elements.
Like a welder's arc, you know.
It had a certain name for one of the elements. Was it basalt? Was some sort of strange thing?
Yeah.
What was it called now?
Magnesium was involved. Zinc was involved.
Linda Mullenhale was talking about it as well, or something
anything
similar.
that involves her these days that has very little credibility, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it was a metal. I think it was almost like a ceramic. But anyway, you never know what they're experimenting with to absorb radar, and also.
Sure. Yeah, it could have been. Well, it was 1986, so it's what's that now? 36 years ago.
Yeah, but if it's some type of ceramic type element, then supercooling would cause, as you know, electromagnetic lift. So who knows? It could be something that's ours. It could be something that's alien. So where do we go to next? I
think that like on the Farmers Factometer Index, I think the first case we looked at, I'd kind of go a full whole sheep on that and throw in a couple of chickens. This one I'm not so sure of. Maybe 3 sheep and 5 chickens on this case, but the good thing with this case, at least we have some materials here that can be analysed in the future. But if they are analysed, I just hope.
So the first case was the police cop one. Is what you're talking about, or what?
Oh yeah. I think that's well up there. Yeah.
Or are you talking about Wilson documents? Is like one chicken.
Oh no. I'm just looking at the cases now. The Wilson documents. I wouldn't even give out 1 sheep.
Right. How about
someone comes forward?
So, what are you talking about? 1 sheep before then, and 2 chickens, or whatever it was.
No. The Clair County triangle sightings in 2000, Illinois. I'm going to go 4.5 sheep on that one, or 4 sheep and 5 chickens. Yeah.
Right. Okay, we got you now.
Height 6'11". I'm going to go 3.5. So that's 3 sheep and 5 chickens. Okay.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can learn more about that case.
How about the Roswell, Russian Roswell one?
That is the height 6'11".
No. Which the You didn't give a rating for that one.
Yes, I did. I just said 3.5 sheep, or 3
Why
sheep and 5 chickens.
Why so low for that one then?
Because the data is kind of incomplete at this stage, but they've got the materials, and I just hope that when they're being analysed properly, that's available to the public. But what bugs me a little bit, a lot of the commentary there was from George Knapp. See, that's what bugs me a little bit on that case.
Mm.
Now, the incident happened in 1986, and the wall came down in 1989, didn't it? And that's when a lot of Western researchers got access to information of UFO reports that were in Russia. Do you know, I don't want to be too hard on George Knapp, because he's done a lot of good work over the years, over several decades. It's just a shame that he got involved with Jeremy Corbell and Bob Lazar for me. That does bug me a little bit, and it's left a little bit of a bad taste.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Especially that stunt that was pulled about, the raid on Lazar's house when they were supposedly looking for element 115. Oh my God. Yeah, come on. I mean, that's pure theatre. If you want to believe that, then I just feel for you a little bit, like,
All right. So where we go to next?
Do you want to do another case? You got time for another case?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Is it banned? Banned.
Why am I get this silly bleeping noise?
It's my panel tells me when I click the button.
Okay.
I'm waiting for a link to the next one. So this one's back now in 1995, is it? Back to 1995 now.
Yep. Western Flight 564. It was over Texas.
Let's see, I got some images. Was that a triangle as well? I think it was a cigar shaped one. Yeah, there we go. With windows on it.
Yeah.
And what location was that?
It was over Texas.
Texas, was it? Okay. So it's over this way, down here. Alright, before we carry on with that one, let me just see if that Ben Hansen one plays here. Where he's talking about the triangle stuff. It should be queued up, I think.
Because our physical eyes can't see there yet. And so, for example, night vision sees a little bit into the infrared, but we also have cameras we use in ghost hunting that see into the ultraviolet. They're full spectrum cameras. Then we have the long wave infrared that sees heat signatures, the thermal cameras. And so when I do these sky watches, I'm telling people, look, you got your night vision, that's great. If you got the money, you might want to look into thermal, because I have filmed triangular objects, silent triangle objects out in Utah, actually, near Skinwalker Ranch, that didn't show up. I couldn't see them with my physical eyes, but they're clearly there in the thermal camera. So it's picking up a heat signature. And so whatever technology is being used to cloak them, we're able to see with some of these cameras to see their signatures.
Wow, amazing. The next guest I have coming on is.
Makes a good point there. So if he's saying that you can see these triangle craft over Utah where Skinwalker Ranch is, why is that not in the show? Why aren't they using thermal cameras on the show?
Yeah, Paul, those thermal cameras pick up all kinds of stuff. There's like a battles going on in the sky.
But yeah, this is a very good interview. The first 40 minutes here talking about Ben's past and all that sort of stuff with FBI, what he used to do, but also that famous ghost apparition they caught on their new show, which was just absolutely amazing. And unless they hoaxed it, there's no explanation for it really, apart from it being legit apparition that people have seen with their eyes. So yeah, go and let's have a listen to that one. I posted it earlier before I posted it going anyway. I'll post it so it's just normal. But this is why I put that on Discord, because it's easy to find on Discord. You can just search for Ben, and I think it was the third link that come up in the search, unless they delete it, of course. Ben Talks Ghosts and TR3Bs. I'm not sure what he was going to say after this, so I'll just have a quick listen.
Just before I did a sound check with him, and so he'll be on coming up right after you. But he said he thinks, a lot of UFOs are 90% of them military. And I said, well, I'm going to argue with you about that. And he says, well, he goes, I don't do debates. But anyway, I said, well, no, we'll discuss it. But, there's a lot of people that do speculate that. And a lot of people are saying, with this Tic Tac, in the Nimitz case, there's speculation that might be some type of military or secret government project or whatever. But, I still think, and I think most people that really, really look into it sort of agree, or that there's just too many things going on with them to be even advanced technology. The things that they, defy.
Yeah.
So
I tend to agree with that. I mean, the things that I've lived in Huntington Beach, California, and the object that I saw fly from the ocean over the high school running track where I was completely silent, 1,000 feet. And after I recovered from the whole shock of seeing this thing, this triangle that didn't have any underside, it was like transparent. I thought, okay, well, whose is it? And I thought, well, if you are trying to keep it a secret, if it's ours, you don't fly it over a heavily populated area unless you're trying to test the reactions.
Yeah. There's a theory about that, yes. Yeah, I've heard that.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That they're just so brazen now. They're like, hey, we'll do what we want.
It was transparent, so maybe they thought they couldn't see it. But anyway, he's repeating what he said on the other episode back in 2015. But yeah, no, that's a really good episode, this one. Go and have a listen to the whole show. But anyway, we better get on to the next case.
I have heard that before, Paul. But when you say transparent, of course, you'd be able to see through it. But it's kind of, a lot of people have described it like in a semi-transparent state. It's there, but it's kind of in and out.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's trying to cloak and it can't. And then suddenly it becomes an absolute solid object, and next thing it's gone again, or it's in a state of semi-transparency. It's just something strange.
All right, we'll get on to this one here. See what it's about.
Hanna commercial jet airliner flying over Texas in May 1995 witnessed a bizarre row of flashing lights during an, up until then, non-eventful standard flight from Florida to Nevada. It would turn into one of the best documented and investigated sightings by a commercial airline pilot of the decade. Furthermore, an already intriguing encounter would become even more interesting when such official organizations such as NORAD changed statements on what they tracked and witnessed themselves on the night in question, as well as apparently mysterious and unidentified pilots in the region at the time of the incident.
Okay, see you later,
Although there
Charles.
was no
Was it?
interaction between the unknown object and the commercial airliner, the close proximity of the sighting, as well as the overall aviation experience of the witnesses, make this incident extremely intriguing and credible in equal measure. As does the apparent discreet attempt to alter actions and timelines in the weeks following the incident. Furthermore, the early to mid-1990s would see several such close encounters between commercial airliners and unidentified crafts, with several incidents even occurring toward the end of the last decade of the 20th century. We will examine some of those incidents shortly, as all are as intriguing as the next one, and quite possibly may reveal discrete connections to each other. Before we look at some of those other UFO incidents to have taken place high above the Earth, and witnessed by those who are used to guiding our own mammoth aerial vehicles through the apparently busy and crowded skies, we will turn our attention back to the spring of 1995 high above the United States on a routine domestic flight.
Okay. Get past the table of contents. Now this one had some NORAD tapes or something, didn't it? Maybe I've seen it in
Yes,
the
it
search.
did, and they changed their mind 3 times.
I suppose the tapes disappeared, right? You can't listen to them or anything.
No. The original recording is it's out there. It's in the public domain.
Oops. Oh,
Oops.
That'll do. Where is it? There it is.
Sure, man.
An anomalous row of flashing lights at
Tell me
39,000
to pause
feet.
it when you want.
American West
Yeah,
Flight
sure.
564 had left Tempe in Florida on its way to Las Vegas in Nevada on the May 25th in what was an uneventful and standard takeoff and cross-country flight. However, at around 9:20 p.m. as Captain Eugene Tollefson guided the commercial airliner over Bovina, Texas at an altitude of 39,000 feet, the evening was about to take a drastic turn. It was First Officer John J. Waller who first noticed a strange row of lights in the near vicinity. He would stand slightly in his seat in order to get a better view, prompting the rest of the crew in the cockpit to look out into the night sky also. As they did so, they would witness a row of bright white lights seemingly part of a solid object. When a sudden flash of lightning lit up the clouds, the crew could clearly make out the distinct outline of a cigar-shaped object. They would estimate the object, of which it was also clear the row of lights were a part of, was around 300 to 400 feet long. All amazed by what they were seeing but professional in the calm, the crew continued to watch and monitor the object. As they did, Tollefson reached for the radio to contact the control tower at Albuquerque in New Mexico. He would inform them of the object, while also stating that although they could see the anomaly, their radars were not picking up the craft. Tollefson would describe the flashing lights as, "There is a strobe on it, and it starts from going counterclockwise.
Yeah, stop at that, Paul.
And the length is unbelievable."
Yeah, this is the thing. You see, commercial radar isn't that good, you know. It relies on the aircraft having a transponder as much as anything. You know, there's been many encounters where an aircraft's been picked up by NORAD or by military radar, but it hasn't been picked up on commercial radar. So, just because they can't see it doesn't mean to say it's not there. Or maybe the UFO does have some kind of, with the Valentich case, was it 1978? That wasn't picked up, even though you could clearly see it. And there's a few people at ground level that actually seen it
Yep.
next to its aircraft. Yeah, it wasn't picked up. But military radar is much more powerful. That's all I'm saying in a nutshell.
Well, it's not powerful. They've just got different wavelengths.
Frequencies, yeah, of course. I understand, yeah.
It's all microwave. Anyway, I'll just carry on.
Unbelievable. Albuquerque Control Tower, however, maintained that they had no detection of the apparent anomalous craft. The secret stuff. Perhaps one of the most interesting details of the conversation between the control tower in Albuquerque and the pilots was the initial response from the tower regarding the location of the flashing lights. The tower would respond, "That is a restricted area that is used by the military out there during the daytime." Tollefson would state a short time later in the conversation that despite 15 years' experience flying such planes, this was the first time he had ever witnessed anything so bizarre. He would also add that it's probably military in that restricted area. It was also around this point in the timeline of events that the control tower would contact Cannon Air Force Base in nearby Clovis. Following a quick conversation between the control tower and the military base, the crew on board Flight 564 were informed that no other traffic was in their vicinity, and that nobody up front knows any idea about that. However, in the minutes following this, a mystery voice appears in the conversation. It is possible this is the pilot of the plane that was already on routine patrols in the area. But as is highlighted in the Knapp report on the incident, it is never clear just what type of aircraft this is, or who the mystery person might be. It is clear, however, as the report also notes, that the individual clearly overheard the recent discussion. What is interesting, though, is the response following the control tower informing the individual that the pilot, Tollefson, had witnessed a large object with a strobe. To this mystery pilot would state,
Okay, cheers. Yeah, so there's someone else in the air that's unidentified. Now the question is this a military aircraft that's in the air? As a result of the UFO, has it been scrambled to have a look at what's going on? Because it wasn't a known flight. Wasn't a known commercial flight, so the mystery is still there on this one. Interesting.
State. The secret stuff. Whether extraterrestrial or top secret military, at least some high-ranking people appeared very much in the know. Searching for ET. As the commercial airliner continued on its course, the strange object appeared to fall behind them. This caused Tollefson to inform the mystery pilot, as well as another plane that enters the conversation, later identified as Hawk 85, that they should be able to see them very shortly. The control tower would inform the Hawk 85 to be looking off your right side for anything strange or unidentified. He would inform him of the estimated altitude, and that the object was long, cigar-shaped, and with a strobe along the side. Perhaps interestingly, the pilot responded that he is searching for ET. While this is most likely a loose jargon term, it is certainly something that many UFO researchers and enthusiasts picked up on. Is it nothing to be concerned about? Or is the use of the phrase ET a slip of the tongue? Whatever the answer to those questions might be, the object would disappear from sight shortly after. Whether it simply became lost in the crowd, or whether it vacated the area at speed is unknown. As would come to light during the subsequent investigation into the sighting, both official and independent, the actions of the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, would come under scrutiny from some corners. And what's more, those actions would prove to be suspicious at best. NORAD, first they did, then they didn't. There were also several confusing statements from NORAD in the initial aftermath to the incident. For example, on the night in question, the Albuquerque control tower would contact NORAD. They would inquire if they had any further information regarding the strange craft the American Airlines aircraft had reported.
Yeah, NORAD and the truth rarely meet. Do you remember the incident with the Canadian researcher? I think he was Canadian, Victor Vigilante, where he obtained some reports from NORAD, and I think it was via Freedom of Information request. And then they sent him a letter saying, you can't share them. But he did share them. And I think it was in the space of, I don't know, 5 years or so, there was actually thousands of unidentified things flying in airspace, basically. And they said, if you share them, you could be looking at 10 years in jail or £10,000 fine. Well, he shared them anyway. And he done it in a press conference. Well, he was out in the open then, wasn't it? It was known. So so if they jailed him anything, then it would have looked even worse. So I think if if you've got something like that, I think the best thing to do is share it then, because it's out in the open. And
you mean like Bob Lazar?
Yeah, but this guy actually had hands on a document. There's no documentation on Bob Lazar's story, Paul. So it's not a good comparison. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but if you go full blown out on TV, if they go and lock you up, then it proves that you're a correct sort of scenario.
Yeah. So yeah, you can see the logic behind it, but it was a pretty nasty thing to do, and all the evidence, was that
doesn't mean that they won't make your life hell, though. They could cause all sorts of problems in your life for doing it.
My God, yeah, phone calls in the middle of the night. I mean, oh Jesus, was it Robert Jacobs after the Big Sur incident? You must know about that incident. That was over, I think it was California, the Big Sur incident, wasn't it?
What was his name?
UFO, that the UFO shooting a beam of some sort at a dummy warhead. And
right.
The one and the warhead fell off and came back to ground, and there was a great big fuss about that. And he was getting some skyrockets in his post box, all kinds of threatening calls after midnight and what. Yes, they were making his life a hell, and you've only got to listen to that interview with him. And the poor guy, he's stressed out, and he'd had enough. He said, "Well, what else can I do? Kill me?" But of course, if they'd done that and anything happened to him, then, oh Jesus, that's going to look highly suspicious. But yeah, they made his life a hell. That's for sure.
You could document it and have I don't know, you could secretly record it and show the media what you have to suffer. But Stan Romanek also claimed he was getting phone calls in the night with some strange.
Oh, Stan Romanek was the one who had
we know about his court appearances, but and
that's whatever happened. Either way, that's a hell of a shame.
Well, he said he was set up on that, but which is possible.
Do you know how easy that is to do, Paul? If you have the know-how,
yeah.
So you got to be a little bit careful.
But they found images on a USB stick, which I think was found on a bookshelf, and also on his second laptop. Now,
but that could be planted.
Of course it could. Yeah. Well, the cop that was investigating the case, they wanted to bring out information in the court trial when he was being prosecuted that the detective was also being accused of planting evidence on similar cases, and the court judge wouldn't let it. So maybe if that got heard, that maybe the jury would have changed their mind. But we've had dirty cops in New Zealand planting evidence, and people have been in jail for 20 years for it, like a bullet shell and all that sort of stuff. It does happen.
Paul, and they're just regular cops.
Yeah, but then you get this social justice warriors that reckons there's a pedo and slang him off on the web, and they don't know for sure. They just listen to all the forensic evidence and stuff. It's like we had a school principal. It's a big story. His PC got serviced by the administrator, and he found all this child porn on the principal's computer, and he denied that he was downloading it and looking at the stuff. But he lost his job over it and was going to go to jail over it, and then some other computer scientist had a look and found that he had actually got an infection that the virus scanner didn't actually detect, which was actually acting like a peer-to-peer, and the pedos out there were using his like this Trojan system to store the files on other people's computers. So maybe Stan Romanek was part of this Trojan ad that I think it was from an ad banner of you know how you go and click on a link and it turns out to be a porn site, and then they use Flash to install. Lucky enough we don't use much Flash anymore. We got rid of that once we got to HTML5, but they used to have Flash Player to play YouTubes and all that. Used to infect lots of computers that way through the ads. Sneaky holes in the system. But yeah, it's definitely a network out there that's making sure they don't get caught, but could affect other people's lives. As I was making the point there, that we do have these social justice warriors online, and apparently they accused another guy who was completely innocent, and this group on Facebook published his address, which turned out to be not his house, and they burnt down his neighbour's house by throwing petrol bomb through the window. And so Facebook got sued over it for allowing this group to dox someone which was completely wrong in the first place. So this is where it all goes wrong, you see.
Yeah.
But
just let me say one more thing now, back to the UFO subject now. Now, have you noticed the Men in Black thing? That dropped off quite significantly after the 90s. Now, Men in Black, I'm sure, as most of you guys are educated, and you'll understand that they were the guys that came round and used to intimidate people, told them to shut up or something bad's going to happen to you.
I don't think they need to show up anymore. I think they just hack you online.
Yes, exactly. Now, that's why you don't hear so many Men in Black incidents anymore, because they've got another tactic, haven't they?
Yeah.
All makes sense. Anyway, I need to just pop to the toilet, so you carry on with that.
Well, they're too busy hacking our channel and all the problems we get. They're online.
I don't.
Well,
we did have James Goldberg show up one day, didn't we? Totally out of the blue. So you never really know who's actually looking in. You just don't know. And I'm very skeptical about this kind of thing. You know, we're only a little channel and blah blah blah.
I don't know.
What I'm saying, you'll be surprised how many people do actually watch in. Anyway, I'll just go toilet.
Yeah, go toilet. I still need to do an emanation of an alien P for his 20p stots on a live stream. So I suppose, did he want me to carry on reading it? So I suppose we can carry on. As will be here all night.
Reported. The initial response was that they were indeed tracking an unknown object. And it was in the same region as that reported by the commercial airliner. What's more, upon communication with NORAD the following day, they would confirm the tracking of the unknown object and offer that it was stationary to begin with before great bursts of speed around a blistering 1,000 to 1,400 miles per hour in several stop-start motions. However, in the weeks and months that would follow the incident, particularly as independent investigations began to take place and the incident became public knowledge, NORAD would, at first, claim the object was nothing but a small plane, and then simply deny tracking an anomalous craft altogether. Ultimately, their public U-turn on tracking the bizarre craft one that moved in excess of 1,000 miles per hour no less, would make more people suspicious than not that the organization was not being entirely truthful in the public light. Essentially, their complete turn on the events of May 25th would appear to have lent the incident even more credibility than it already had. No evidence to suggest military involvement. One of the leading investigators of the Flight 564 sighting was Walter Webb. He would not only examine the reports and conduct extensive interviews, but would also set about filing several Freedom of Information Acts, all in an effort to unveil any out-of-the-ordinary incidents on the night in question. Ultimately, though, no evidence to suggest any military vehicles, secret or otherwise, were in the vicinity on the evening of May 25, 1995. Nor were there any records or any outside aircraft in the area, meaning that whatever the strange object was, it would appear the military, a NORAD, were as blindsided by the sudden aerial anomaly as the crew of Flight 564. Perhaps this explains the initial, and from their perspective regrettable response in the original communications between themselves and the control tower in Albuquerque. Of course, it is also perfectly reasonable to suspect that such records of a top-secret military vehicle would remain hidden deep within government systems, safe even from Freedom of Information Acts, if they even exist at all. While the encounter very much appears to be a genuine and authentic sighting of an extraterrestrial vessel from elsewhere in the universe, there remains a very credible chance that what the pilots witnessed was a technically advanced black-budget vehicle of the United States government. Before we move on, check out the video below. It features a reconstruction of the incident, featuring parts of the real audio. Incidentally, you can view the recording in its entirety at the end of this article. Even other information, if they even exist at all. While the encounter very much appears to be a genuine and authentic sighting of an extraterrestrial vessel.
Yeah, sorry about that. To refresh the page because I'm not keeping up with the chat.
Right.
Okay, no problem now.
I wonder if we can play the reenactment. It doesn't tell us who's using it.
Yeah,
4
you have
minutes.
to start to find
May 25th.
Oh, sounds like a TV show, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's any TV badge on it. What's this one? Smithsonian Channel. Sounds like it's museum. No, it's not going to play it now.
May 25th, 1995. America West Flight 560.
Maybe we can play it. I don't know. Let's see. Mr. Kennett, maybe.
D4 is a Boeing 757 en route from Dallas, Texas to Las Vegas, Nevada, with a full cabin of passengers.
2530 knots.
Captain Eugene Tollefson is at cruising altitude when a flight attendant sees something strange.
Who's doing those lights at 3 o'clock?
I don't know if it's safe to play.
Been following them for a while. Against a scattering of clouds, the crew reports strange lights in the distance.
Okay, we should really do FACER, I think. Okay, let's see. There we go, that'll do probably.
Concerned co-pilot John Waller contacts the ATC in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Air traffic control asks the pilot for any details about what he sees.
What's the altitude about? I don't know, probably right around 30,000 or so. There's a strobe and it's going counterclockwise.
then a flash of lightning, and Waller says the object he sees is massive. He says the object appears to be as big as a jumbo jet, but there are none in the area according to air traffic control. If it is an aircraft undetected by radar, it is a dangerous situation.
I wonder if the lightning was a
When a
portal.
flight crew reports a possible UFO over the radio in real time,
I don't know. There was
their colleagues on the ground are often skeptical, but diligent.
Yeah, they saw the flash of light and then they saw it was big, so maybe it just lit it up from a lightning storm.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, they wouldn't have seen the outline of the object without the flash of lightning.
Yeah, it's a shame that planes don't have like dash cams like cop cars have. Just imagine what we could see now, all these pilot sightings, which are credible.
So at 9:30 p.m., Albuquerque contacts the control tower at nearby Cannon Air Force Base to see if they have any military aircraft in the skies.
Cannon 21. Cannon, go ahead. 39,000 says you've seen something at 30,000. The length is unbelievable. It has a strobe on it. What does that mean? I don't know. It's a UFO. No, we haven't seen nothing like that. Okay, keep your eyes open.
The radar operator at Cannon Air Force Base sees only one signal, America West 564.
It's 564.
We checked with Cannon and they don't have any weather balloons or anything up there tonight.
Nobody on the front knows any idea about that. You still see it?
They look again and don't see it.
Well, a weather balloon wouldn't be a cigar-shaped object, would it?
It's pretty eerie looking.
The incident remains a mystery.
Not at all.
The kinds of things that can fool even, I think, trained pilots are, for example, bright planets. And for people who are not paying attention to the night sky very much,
That's Venus.
Startling.
Celestial bodies could have also played a role in America West Flight 564 over New Mexico
It wasn't class.
in 1995.
And it wasn't
About 3 o'clock, we've got some strobes going out there. Could you tell us where it is?
From 30,000 feet, a distant planet or star can appear to strobe, giving the illusion of a UFO.
There's a strobe and it's going.
I don't think so, somehow. But
Can this
it
rare
blinks.
stellar anomaly be what
I haven't
America
seen
West
strobing.
564 saw?
There are extensive records of military pilots and commercial pilots seeing things in the sky that are unidentified.
Dr. Michael D. Robertus is a professor of astronomy at York University in Toronto.
Some of the brightest stars can give an illusion that they're strobing, that is changing brightness really rapidly.
D. Robertus believes some pilots simply get fooled by
Yeah, to me
phenomena
that's not
most people rarely
strobing though.
see.
What the pilots are talking about going left and right strobing, aren't they? They're not talking about blinking like starlights do. But he's talking about blinking as a strobe, you know. It's not the same thing.
And have never studied.
As much as we respect our commercial and military pilots, part of their training does not include courses in astronomy and astrophysics. The sky is filled with a lot of apparitions and mystery, but not all of them are UFOs.
Not convinced,
Well,
mate.
of course, not all of them are UFOs. We're just trying to look at maybe the best, maybe 5% of cases that aren't easily explained. But I mean, Steph, do you know what I mean? That guy's obviously has an agenda. You know, he's been in that SETI business, search for extraterrestrial intelligence. But it's really silly effort to investigate. Now, for Seth to kind of even partially admit that we're actually being visited is just going to destroy his whole funding for SETI, isn't it? So it's in his interests to keep denying.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you, very interesting. You can find it on YouTube. Was his confrontation, his debate with Stanton Friedman, and you had all the viewers voting on who won the argument, and it was that was a really good debate because Stan was at his peak at the time, and he was well on form in that one.
Yeah,
well worth listening to.
Okay. Slowing down a bit. So we ain't got much left of this one now, I hope. We're going to have to wrap up soon.
Yeah, sure.
Smithsonian Channel.
Oh, looks stuffed up. Isn't it?
Oh, no.
Channel.
Oh, no.
2.8 M subscribers. The celestial
What?
bodies to blame for many
Where's it reading that? Oh, right, it's reading on the video.
many UFO sightings. Watch later. Share. More videos.
What the hell?
The man who disappeared for 27 years. Random Thursday. Joe Scott 892K views.
I can't even see where it's reading that.
1614. W. Glenn Davis interview. November 19th, 1990.
It's reading out all those.
Time-lapse of the future. A journey to the end of time. For K.
I can't even see that one.
Melody
Oh,
Sheep
there.
36M views. 29:21.
That's screwed
Near
up.
collision over Japan. Boeing 7. The Flight
Yeah,
Channel
it's like
5.2
that.
M
Yeah, it's
views.
screwed up, isn't it?
11:16. Def.
You stupid thing. Oh. Select to the game. Oh, that'll do. Ah.
Other early 90s mid-air UFO incidents. As we mentioned in the opening, UFO incidents and sightings from planes have happened since the beginning of the modern UFO era. And before even then, if we include the Foo Fighter sightings of the Second World War. There were, however, several relatively high-profile incidents in the early to mid-1990s. As the decades of the 20th century rolled by, the amount of air traffic around the planet would steadily increase. And that air traffic, with improvements and investments, would
Oh
bring
my God,
more
we haven't
and
lost
more parts of
ads.
the world, figuratively
I
at
would have
least,
thought we had
much
lost ads
closer
a long time
together.
ago on this
It is
video.
certainly possible that as our collective
Why?
presence increases in our skies,
'Cause
the
we said
number of
lots of
strange
bad words
incidents
like
and
Russia.
objects we are likely to see. That these strange objects are
Right.
up there above our respective cities
So
and
who's
countries
downvoted
is
this? We've got
surely beyond
11
any
down
doubt.
votes now.
Whether these
Yeah, I
sightings
know.
have
Someone
connections
with,
to each other or
multiple
not is
profiles,
perhaps
Paul.
open to debate. They are, however, most definitely
We're
worth
being
examining
attacked
here,
today.
if only briefly.
For some reason.
The close encounter of Captain
Yeah.
Zaghetti, April 1991. Shortly after 9 p.m. on the evening of April 21, 1991, Captain Akhil Zaghetti would not only witness a bizarre craft as he piloted his McDonnell MD-80 plane off the coast of Kent in the United Kingdom at an altitude of approximately 20,000 feet, he barely avoided it crashing right into him. He would report the incident, describing the object as light brown, round, and 3 meters long.
Someone's messing
Furthermore,
around
although
with
he
us,
had
mate.
only several moments to view the object,
know.
he didn't
Okay,
recall
so
seeing
really.
any means of propulsion.
Mm.
The incident would be
Someone set
subject
up
to an
multiple
investigation
accounts,
by the
probably.
Civil Aviation Authority.
Good fun.
This, due to the hazardous and potentially
He was
fatal
on
nature
earlier,
of it.
but I don't think there's any problem
The
for
investigation
us.
would last approximately 2
No.
weeks. Although their extensive inquiries
We're
wouldn't
sort of
determine
made
what
up
the
now
object
anyway.
was. They did reveal that
Oh,
air
good.
traffic control
Oh,
in
not him,
London
then.
had picked up a faint radar trace in the same
not far as I
location on the
know.
night in question. However, several weeks later on June 1st, the crew of a Britannia Airways Boeing 737 would report witnessing a yellow-orange cylindrical object as it made its way from London to Dublin. The object was approximately 10
be
feet in
Google
length
playing around
and would
again.
disappear into the distance. On the June 17th, an almost identical object was reported by a German flight engineer on board a Dan Air flight plane on its way to Hamburg. The sightings, at least involving commercial and private airliners, would settle down as the summer gave way to autumn. Beginning in 1994, however, several more incidents would unfold, each of which would receive considerable media attention. The Flight AF 3532 sighting,
Yeah,
January
just put it there.
1994. Captain Jean-Charles
Yep.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing with these near misses. You know, there's been so many of them. And it's not really funny, is it? I mean, there was one incident, I think it was in the 80s, and I can't remember which flight it was now, where an aircraft it was convinced it was going into a head-on collision. Something was coming towards it very quickly. So it tried to swerve, and there was several people injured on board, and there was a couple of elderly people who were injured quite badly. I don't know. I think they made it because but I just can't see it being anything Black Project messing with an aircraft like that. It just doesn't add up. And of course, if you turn, the wheel of an aircraft too quickly at the kind of speed it's going at, the wing could come off. It's not meant to withstand those forces. So
yeah.
Anyway, finish off with this, Paul,
Captain Jean-Charles Dubach and his co-pilot Valeria Chauffeur were ferrying their 24 passengers from Nice to London on the afternoon of January 28, 1994, when a stewardess who happened to be in the cockpit at the time alerted the two pilots to what appeared to be a hot air balloon. It was in the immediate vicinity of their plane, as they made their way over the Coulommiers region of Paris. Dubach and Chauffeur each looked out of the cockpit window to examine the strange object themselves. However, it appeared to move much faster than a hot air balloon. And what's more, it appeared to have a variable form.
Where do I see Dubach?
Even more bizarre, the slope on which the object was climbing appeared to the experienced pilot to be absolutely abnormal to any that a conventional aircraft would use. Dubach would further state, "This object seemed to us then absolutely abnormal by its size, which seemed immense, and its dark red color and the fuzzy edges. It did not resemble anything we had seen in our flying careers."
Hang on, you're breaking up. What?
Yeah,
I thought we covered this last weekend.
We did. Yeah, it's just going through cases that are similar in the 90s. That's all it's doing, Paul. It's just finishing off the article. But it's mentioning, so it's worth finishing the article off anyway.
Dubach, was it the English Channel one? Was it?
And Chauffeur, I'm not really sure we have covered it, to be honest.
We have, unless it's a same
guy. No, we haven't covered that one.
Unless it's the same pilot on another flight. Dubach, Susan would know that from last weekend, wasn't it? Very strange.
No, we never.
Pretty sure we covered it already.
Careers. Dubach would decline to write a report of the incident at the time, fearing ridicule from his colleagues. And even worse from his superiors. Then, 3 years later, he read an article about a UFO sighting above Paris. It was then he realized it was describing the incident he had witnessed from the air. He would submit his report to the French police, who had a department that would collect and examine such reports. The incident remains unexplained. The Manchester near-miss incident, January 1995. We have examined very briefly the events of January 6, 1995, when British Airways Flight 5061 approached Manchester Airport following its journey from Milan in Italy.
Yeah, you have, Victor.
As Captain Roger Willis and co-pilot Mark Stewart guided the aircraft over the Pennines region of England, a glowing, oval-shaped object appeared out of nowhere.
You're missing
and
all the
screeched
fighting.
right past their plane. Within seconds, it was out of sight again. Had the incident occurred several seconds later, it would have surely been a direct hit, which would have likely destroyed the plane outright, and equally likely causing the deaths of all on board. While it is speculation in retrospect, how close the incident could have been to a deadly and tragic encounter is perhaps not truly appreciated. Even in the UFO community.
I hope you've written up a new description for this
Once
one,
more,
Susan.
like the many similar sightings, including those we have examined here. Despite the visual sighting of the bizarre craft by the pilots, the control tower at Manchester Airport picked up nothing unusual on their radar equipment. The incident was investigated fully, however, and not only by the Civil Aviation Authority. The Ministry of Defense, MOD, would even examine the sighting, even conducting extensive interviews with the pilots themselves, who would stick to the initial version of events.
Yeah, Nick Pope.
By April 1996, almost 18 months after the incident, the MOD would suddenly drop the case from their active
Haven't heard much
investigations.
of him lately. He's gone quiet.
The incident remains without explanation.
He's about.
As we have examined previously, Manchester appears to be a discreet and little-known UFO hotspot. And what's more, these sightings appear to be increasing. The Long Island Incident, November 1995. Just short of a year after the Manchester Airport incident on the evening of November 18, 1995, across the Atlantic Ocean over Long Island in New York, another British Airways plane, Flight 226, was approaching Long Island following their departure from London several hours later. Furthermore, several other aircraft, including an Airbus A340 arriving from Germany, would also report the object to the control tower at Boston's Logan Airport. The control tower, after reporting that no other aircraft was in their location, also stated that they didn't have the apparent anomaly on their radar screens. Perhaps most interesting was the dialogue between the Airbus A340 pilot and the control tower, especially following his being pressed to describe the situation. After confirming that the object didn't have any lights aside from an extremely bright light on the front of it, the captain would state clearly, "It looked like a UFO." Several skeptics would argue that the object the pilots witnessed was simply a meteorite. This was something that was outright dismissed by each of the witnesses. The incident still requires a satisfactory explanation. The Air Shuttle 5959/Mesaba 3179 incident, February 1996.
About this time
While heading
scale,
over
isn't there?
Cleveland, Ohio on the February
A
28,
lot of these we've covered in
1996,
detail, though.
the crew of Air Shuttle Flight 5959 would notice
we
a
haven't done
strange,
this one either.
glowing craft in the immediate vicinity below them.
I don't think we've done this
The
one.
pilot would immediately contact
haven't.
Cleveland Air Traffic Control to inquire if the object was on their radar screens. The reply would come back that there wasn't. Unbeknown to the crew of the Air Shuttle 5959, the crew of a nearby Mesaba Airlines plane, Flight 3179, were listening into the communications between their plane and the control tower. When they too saw the bizarre craft, they would add their report to the unfolding incident. The control tower would suggest that perhaps the object was, in fact, a reflection from a landing beacon below. However, each of the crews would reject this. At this
They can't
point,
tell
the
a landing
pilot of the
beacon
Air
from a
Shuttle
UFO.
5959 would make the decision to drop his altitude and observe the object from below. Upon doing so, the spinning, pulsating object was still very much visible. This would dismiss the landing beacon suggestion. Following this, the Mesaba 3179 pilot began to blink its lights in an effort to communicate. The object, however, would not respond. Shortly after, the object disappeared from sight. Perhaps also of interest is a claim from the Mesaba 3179 pilot. He had received notice that one of his passengers had managed to capture a picture of the object. The control tower would respond that they would like to take a look at it. The picture has never surfaced in the public arena, and its location is unknown. You can listen to some of the communications of the incident in the video below. Extremely intriguing and eye-opening dialogue. The Kennedy Airport Incident, August 1997. 16 minutes after taking off from Philadelphia International Airport, at just after 5 p.m. on the August 9, 1997, Captain Phil Bobbitt and the crew of the Swiss Airlines flight witnessed a strange craft zipping by their plane as they made their way over Kennedy Airport in New York. The evening was perfectly clear, and visibility was extremely good. So good, in fact, that downtown New York City was clearly visible from their position. Bobbitt was making a routine announcement to the passengers on the radio system. However, as he did so, he would see the bizarre craft zoom past their plane. One of the first officers also saw the object. purely because he was looking out of the left side of the plane by chance at the correct time. Bobbitt would quickly wrap up his announcement before radioing into the control tower. He would advise them of the object they had just witnessed. He would state that he wasn't sure if it was a rocket, but that it was too fast to be an airplane. The Boston control tower would note the incident. No further information or explanation would surface, and the incident remains a mystery. However, the detail matches with what we know of other sightings of a similar nature. The Sweden to Humberside battleship UFO incident, February 1999. While flying executive employees from Sweden to Humberside in the United Kingdom on the February 28, 1999, the pilots of a private plane witnessed a long, cylindrical object over the North Sea just off the coast of Denmark. They would go on to further describe the object as having a distinct red glow to it, as well as being as big as a battleship. The incident occurred at an altitude of approximately 28,000 feet.
Sounds like the Alaska
The object was beneath their plane and soaking their underside in an incandescent light. What's more, the strange, glowing object would come to a sudden halt. It would then take off again at breakneck speed and vanish into the distance. The pilots would have to make a report, as per standard procedure, to the Civil Aviation Authority. However, because there was no danger to the aircraft or passengers, there was no subsequent investigation. In the aftermath of the sighting, the pilot in question, whether coincidentally...
Civil Aviation Authority, that's different to the Civil Aviation Administration, which is the American one. So that's the UK equivalent. I just like to clear these acronyms up, because not everybody's up for them,
Yeah.
Just leaving everyone in the dark if we don't clear that up.
Coincidentally or not, was on leave from the company. Consequently, they wouldn't speak to the media. Incidentally, requests for more information were beginning to stack up with the company, debonair. Incidentally, a representative of Humberside Airport, Tracy Law, claimed there was no mention made whatsoever of UFOs in the initial report. She would even go as far as to say that part was since embellished by the media, as was the use of the description that the craft was as big as a battleship. Of course, whether this was an exercise in damage control or not, is perhaps open to debate. Regardless of the rights and wrongs of the incident, it remains without explanation. Before we move on, check out the video below. It looks at some of the best UFO sightings made from onboard airplanes.
Now we've covered quite a lot of them.
Yeah, we have.
So far.
And there's more to come.
Trust me. It's probably in that video there. Save your time. That looks like a Klingon warbird next door.
Yeah, I don't know. That looks like a stealth aircraft, doesn't it?
So if
I'm not really sure about
these massive, huge UFOs, they're obviously going to have a lot of things inside them, right? A lot of people, a lot of aliens or whatever entities. So why so many of them traveling here in large ships? And where they go after they visit? Do they just hang around in space? Go to the moon? I don't think they'd go to the moon. If they can travel that fast, they'd go to another planet. I don't know, it's kind of strange, isn't it? Why would they
I really don't know if they're travelling that far at all. I'm not entirely convinced that it's interplanetary anymore. I'm kind of convinced that they've got bases either under the sea. So, I mean, I don't know, but that's my best guess, because for the simple reason that have been seen going in and out of the oceans on so many occasions.
Yeah, but why, if you live in the oceans, why would you...
We know more about the surface of the moon than we do about our oceans, So I think any craft that can travel through space with impunity in an atmosphere with impunity. It could probably travel underwater as well, and they could well be bases there, you know.
But why would you want a battleship or two battleships size? I think the Alaska one was two battleships, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Flying around over cities from the water, from the ocean. Doesn't make sense.
I know it's crazy, Paul. Your guess is as good as mine. You
Unless
know,
they're relocating, but why do they need to fly over cities? Why not just swim around underwater and never be detected? I don't know about your theory.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm not on my own on that one. You know, Jenny is saying here as well, a Stargate, a wormhole, a vortex, a portal. Hey, do you know what? All cards are on the table, Renee. They are. Because I can't tell you any different from that.
The only problem with that, though...
I'll tell you something, nor can anybody else.
The only problem with that is it's all theoretical science. It may not even be able to be existing, right? So, but we know that oceans exist, and we know they're super deep. From my live show yesterday, the Marina Trench is 7 miles deep. So, and that's underwater as well, isn't it? As well. So, yeah, planets. Most likely they're going to be on moons, if anything, a small moon of a big planet. Mining it for resources or whatever. I think they might come here just to get some water, you know? Fly around, suck it up from a lake somewhere, or maybe an ocean, maybe desalt it. Maybe they need salt as well. We need salt to function for our nervous system. I reckon they just come here for resources, and they're working somewhere nearby on some moon, mining it for something they need, you know. And then they go on their way again. So we don't even know what aliens eat, if they exist.
Do you know what? Yeah, okay. I think the clues we have, they seem to be monitoring our nuclear weapons. I don't care what anyone says. I think that the evidence is fairly overwhelming on that one. They seem to be monitoring any kind of military activity. War zones, they always seem to turn up. There's another connection that I've kind of made quite recently, but I'm preparing that so I can do it properly. Is another thing with, you know, power lines and UFOs. And I went out in the middle of the week to investigate a case that happened about 10 miles from my door. In 1978, where there was aliens and a UFO landing site, apparently, and had multiple witnesses. I was lucky enough to find one that never actually went on record, and that person actually spoke to me about what they saw, and that was the one where they came down the bend. There was a dirty grey alien in the middle of the road. They didn't hit it. They went through it. They stopped the car, thinking they'd ran it over. They looked back. It was still there, staring in the middle of the road. And then there was a flash of light and it was gone. So I went back to look at that case, and there's one thing I noticed: there was power lines all through that area of the road, right overhead. And I've taken pictures as well, or my mate took pictures.
Okay, so that could also affect the human mind. So what they're seeing may not have been there.
Yes, that's another thing. They say it can provoke hallucinations, yeah, or induce hallucinations.
Yeah,
but of course, there's they don't put them normally within 200 meters of a household, do they, for safety reasons, and because the it's kind of it's
well, they probably don't anymore, but certainly houses around high 10,000 volt power lines now. So in New Zealand, anyway, I think there used to be like a small gap around them, like 10 meters or so, and then you could have houses around them. But still, it's not a very good idea. But I don't think they do that anymore.
I don't know what the attraction is with them with these high tension power cables. I don't really know what it is, but if you look at the McKinville photograph in 1950, which I think is one of the best, I think it's 1950.
Yeah.
The Trent family, wasn't it? And that was hovering right over a power line.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been so much, anecdotal evidence about the photographs of them hovering over power lines that I think there's some kind of connection there. So I'm working on that one and see if I can gather like a really good case for it, and then we'll do it.
I don't know.
No, there's no Paul. But there's no harm in speculating, is there?
Sounds like too much Back to the Future sci-fi on that one, but
well, what do you mean power lines and UFOs? How's that Back to the Future?
Well, I don't know if they'd be sucking energy from a power line.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know. It's giving off. It's giving off a low frequency radiation, isn't it?
They might be attracted to it and trying to study it, maybe.
Yes, that was my philosophy on it. Yes.
Yeah. Who knows? There's more questions than answers as usual, and we're none the wiser really. But when you got cases,
like banging your head against the flaming wall sometimes.
Yeah. We've covered quite a lot of cases with witnesses, multiple witnesses, so there's something going on.
Yeah.
Whether it's aliens or the government messing around with us, I don't know.
It's not the government. My mind's absolutely clear with that. Because the same things were happening in the 40s as they are now.
Yes, I don't know if we need to read out this last bit, but I suppose we can carry on.
Yeah, go on. Go to the bottom and we'll
Airplanes.
finish off.
An increase in sightings? Or an increase in the willingness to report? Whether there was a genuine increase in UFO sightings in the same vicinity as commercial airliners during the 1990s is perhaps subject to discussion and further investigation. One thing to keep in mind for all decades is how many such sightings went unreported. For example, did the 1990s not represent an actual increase in UFO activity, but such factors as the widespread public acceptance of such notions of UFOs and aliens, combined with the arrival of the internet, make it easier for experienced pilots to report the incidents they witnessed? Furthermore, if there are connections between these UFO encounters and the many terrestrial aircraft in our skies at any one time, what those connections might be are and the same vicinity as commercial airliners during the 1990s is perhaps subject to discussion.
Yes, they are.
Many encounters from the past and future still have information to give. Although we will not go over them here, there have seemingly been a rise in UFO sightings and near misses involving anomalous objects and commercial airliners in the later years of the opening decades of the 2000s. And, in a similar break from the norm displayed in the 1990s, it is notable to all how the pilots, and even the airlines themselves, are apparently transparent in their investigations of the sightings, as well as an apparent willingness for pilots themselves to stick their professional necks out and speak publicly, as well as giving their name to such incidents. Such displays are not lost on many in the UFO community, and are of great importance for the overall acceptance of UFO activity among the wider populace, as well as the funding for serious study that is ultimately required to get to the heart of answers to the UFO and alien question. Whether there is an advantage or an extra layer of credibility to a sighting when the witness is an experienced airline pilot is open to debate. However, that they spend more time in the air than most of us surely counts for something. And with that in mind, when such pilots are willing to risk the trust of their employers, or even their own reputations, professional and personal, we should listen and digest in full their reports.
I think there's a lot of stories that we haven't heard because people don't want to talk about it because of fear of being laughed at as well as losing their positions.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, look at Tabahuchi, and he was flying the desk the next day. Yeah, so I think there's so many pilots, so many sightings. I think what we've seen, what we've looked at over the last few weeks now with pilot sightings are just barely the tip of the iceberg. So many kept and
well,
if people are
SpaceX gets off the ground
out,
and we get a lot more space travel happening and commercial space flights and space stations. Time will tell if they see stuff that.
But I will say this: I think, I think I said it earlier, but it's quite an exciting time to be a UFO guy at the moment because there's quite a lot happening. I mean, we had on last week's show we had some news to report. On this week's show we had some more, and I'm hoping maybe next week we've got something else to say rather than just looking back at the old cases. But
yeah, but
to say that the old cases, but to say that the old cases are insignificant is a terrible oversight in my opinion.
I thought disclosure was going to happen when the New Zealand UFO event happened, and that passed by another 10 years, and then they had the live cover-up series on TV. Was worldwide, everybody was watching it, and I thought we were going to find out then. It never happened. So
no. I think that
40 years, 50 years passed.
If they can't control it, they can't tell us about it. It's as simple as that.
Someone asked about sun UFOs. I've debunked most of those over the thing. The round ones is apparently a bit of lint inside the sensor array, and it floats around and gets in the way. There's gamma ray bursts that corrupt the data on the sensors. Some of them are actually what they call smearing from the CC sensor itself, where it's too bright, and you get those little globe ones with the line going through the middle. That's actually planets, and it looks like a little UFO. So yeah, we've sort of debunked all those over the years. You just have to watch the stuff, If you've been watching my channel, you'd be fairly educated on critical thinking on what you're looking at. There's a lot of fake channels out there that keep pushing it again. Probably going to talk about again is the NN guy, the nocturnal guy. He's putting out garbage now on his channel of UFO stuff. And he hasn't got 4,000 subs after all. He's only got 2,000. He's got less than I have. So, yeah, he was bragging that he's going to have 500,000 views and millions of followers and all that sort of stuff. Oh, yeah. But, yeah, he's putting out garbage on Black Knight Satellite still, not telling people the truth about it. And the Sun UFOs on his channel, so it's never ending. And guess what? Guess who showed up on his channel? James Oberg, because he put NASA are hiding UFOs, and he found that video, and he started have an attack of him on his that video. I thought that's great, but he was correct. It was garbage that he was putting up. Anyway.
I tell you now, Alexandra Rojas, he's started a new podcast now.
Yeah, he has. And, I haven't even looked at him.
Yeah.
2 episodes.
Well, I looked at a couple. I certainly won't be looking anymore.
Yeah.
Someone asked him
a question. Today.
Yeah. Okay. Just let me finish now. Someone asked the question, what do you think of Ken Johnson, Donna Hare, and Gavin McKinnon, right? And
well, we have covered Ken those Johnson, before.
Listen, Paul, let me finish. Roger says, well, Ken Johnson, he lied about his credentials. Yes, he did. It did seem that he got his PhD from a fake site, but yet still, he was a NASA engineer, and he was an outstanding one as well. So he moved on to Donna Hare, and he kind of didn't say anything much about Donna Hare. He said he's not really familiar with her, which I thought was bullshit because Donna Hare was well in the public eye when Rogers was about. And then he went on to Gary McKinnon, and he said something that was it kind of upset me, to be honest. He said, Gary McKinnon, he admitted himself he was drunk and stoned when he seen those images. Okay. Yeah. Now, okay. So he was drunk and stoned. Well, all right. But the guy managed to hack into NASA computers. Managed to hack into military computers. Yeah. I'd love to see Alejandro try and do that. With Stone Cold Sober.
Is that on the latest episode, is it?
Because, mate, mate, I wouldn't know where to start. And I'm not very techy. But I don't know anybody. I know people who are techie. I really do. I know computer programmers. You're one of them, Paul. I've got a couple of mates that come here.
I don't think I could code if I was stoned or drunk, though.
Now, how the hell are you going to get into a NASA computer and a military computer, but not be able to recognize what you see on the screen? Well, according to Rogers, that's what happened. Yes, and he didn't finish there. He said some more.
No, he definitely saw something. We've talked about that before. He definitely hacked and saw something. But what he saw may have been misleading.
Paul, let me finish, please. And Roger said, I didn't even download it. Now, what he failed to say was that all he had at the time was a dial-up connection.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Which takes about 5 minutes per line of graphic. It's very slow. Yeah.
This guy is obviously so out of touch with what's going on. And then he went on to say it gets even worse now. He went on to talk about James Oberg, and he said, James Oberg, he has really great interest in UFOs. He's on our side.
I don't think so.
Not. Don't shit.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with him over 2.5 days. And one of the first things he said to me was Donna Hare was a UFO nut and claimed she was abducted. Now, does that sound like a guy that's interested in UFOs? By calling her a UFO nut, that's not a very good start, is it?
I think she got pranked though on some stuff.
All I can say is Gojaz is full of shit.
So what was it called? The RR report. I got a link here.
I don't know. I don't care. I won't be watching that crap again.
All right, I've yet to watch it. I closed it down, but let's open up the other one.
Vector. It wasn't 2002. I think it was even earlier than that. McKinnon. They wanted to extradite him as a terrorist. I think it was in the 90s.
Yeah, but he didn't do any damage, though, did he?
Well, according to the States, he did.
So was it this one? What is Doug reading? Is that the one you watched?
No, it's the next one. But I think you have to pay to see it now.
I'll post a link to it on the side there. So that's Open Minds. Is that a live show? That one?
It was a live show, yeah. Gary McKinnon.
Open Minds. Hang on, I'll find the other one. I got it here. And what was the other one? The other one was called Radio, I think. Was it this one? Did it paste? Not sure.
Actually, yeah. Vector, you are correct. It was 2002. The convictions were brought towards him, but I think he'd done the actual hacking a little bit earlier.
Was it breaking news? That's the
But
next one.
You can find it easily. You can find it easily on Wikipedia, even the timeline.
Oh, this is their new format coming out. He said breaking news.
Yeah.
Was that the one you're talking about, or not? Or was you talking about an older
no,
episode?
No. It's hold on. I don't know which one you're looking at, Paul.
Well, I'm looking at the 2 new episodes that come out. Are you talking about new ones?
And so you'll be able to join us live and ask questions from Brian Ben.
What? Not that one. So who's he talking to there? I don't know who that is. Who is it?
No, I don't know. He's an idiot.
That are looking into UAP. This is really interesting because they actually name the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force under the ONI, the Office of Naval Intelligence. That's really interesting because this appears to be, and we.
Hey. Someone's got
Wait there.
feedback.
This is it. I've got it.
I'll leave it there for you. The 2 new shows that come out. They're the 2 new ones, anyway.
Yeah, this is the latest one. I've got it here for you. Okay. Boom.
I
There it
thought
is.
they were the latest ones. They were the latest ones from yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, probably posted the same thing again.
Well, that's the 2 I posted, and you said, no, not those ones.
No, it's
report.
not. Yeah, that is the one. It's the one with it's the one with Lee Spiegel. That's the one you should be looking at.
Not working.
I need to go to the toilet.
Oh, not toilet again. I've got to go to toilet. I've got to start wrapping up, actually. Breaking news. That's what I was just playing. Yeah, what you got the same one. I think you're having me on, Robert. Anyway, if it's the same link, it's the same link.
Paul, I'm not having you on at all. It probably was the same link.
It was. It was in that one I was just playing, because look, it's coming up here. So whereabouts in it was he talking about the Kent? Oh, I'll let people have a listen to it. They got the link. We're going to wrap up now. He's gone. Oh, well, we're going to wrap up now. We must be getting up in the hours here. Can't make a 5-hour stream. No one even watches 3-hour ones, long 5-hour ones. So yeah, we'll wrap it up there because Robert will just keep on going otherwise. Okay, I'll just say good night and finish it up there because I've had it. I've only had like 2 hours sleep. Thanks for joining us, guys. So, next live show mid-week, maybe. What was too long? What happened there? Crazy system. Did I lean on the keyboard or something?
Hello, night, folks.
Yeah, I'm just closing down now. For some reason my message got ghosted, so I'm not sure why. Said it was too long. Well, the stuff you Google, they're always causing me problems.
5 hours? You kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
Fucking hell.
Hey. No swearing. We're just ending
Oh,
up
we're still
now.
live. Shit.